not one that sidelines it. Kenson Pabo.
Are you ready to make a difference? Join the movement that aims to make St. Lucia the best place to live, work, visit, and invest. The United Workers' Party is a team of forward thinkers, visionaries, passionate and caring citizens just like you. Together, we can create a brighter future, create safer communities, lower taxes, improve healthcare, and create more opportunities for all. Stand with the UWP and be part of change. Join the United Workers' Party because St. Lucia deserves better.
Youth and Sports Minister Kenson Xavier is under fire now that it has been revealed that he has acquired millions worth of real estate over the last 3.5 years. Since assuming office, Xavier has developed 3 villas in Union Hilltop. He is now in the process of constructing another development in Cap Estate, this time with 5 properties. What makes this transaction suspicious is that Xavier made a $100,000 cash deposit on the property. The total cost of the property is about $273,000. Compounding the situation is that a contractor, who is also a political financier of Xavier, is the one developing the minister's newly acquired Cap Estate property. This same contractor was awarded a multi-million-dollar contract for rehabilitation work done on the Darren Sammy cricket ground in preparation for World Cup cricket, as well as numerous other contracts in the constituency of Grosley. The allegations being leveled against the minister is that he has received kickbacks from the contractor for the Cap Estate development in return for the awarding of multi-million-dollar contracts around the constituency. Has Xavier filed these developments with the Integrity Commission? Prime Minister Philippe claimed that he would have a zero tolerance for corruption in his cabinet, although he has ignored numerous glaring examples of corruption amongst his cabinet colleagues. Will this be another situation that Philippe blindly ignores? St. Lucians deserve answers. Kenson and Philippe Pabo.
The United Workers' Party reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the health and well-being of every St. Lucian. When re-elected, we will reinstate the National Health Insurance NHI program, a vital initiative that was regrettably abandoned by the St. Lucia Labour Party, the SLP. This decision by the SLP has left thousands of St. Lucians vulnerable with limited access to affordable quality health care. The United Workers' Party will correct this injustice because we believe that health care is not a privilege, it is a fundamental human right that every citizen is entitled to. The National Health Insurance Program was designed to create a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable healthcare system that ensures no one is left behind or left out. And that is regardless of economic status. Under the leadership of the United Workers' Party, the NHI will be reinstated to provide the following benefits to St. Lucians. 1. Comprehensive health coverage. Every St. Lucian will have access to essential healthcare services, which includes doctor consultations, hospitalization, specialist care, diagnostic tests, maternity services, prescription medication, and emergency medical attention. No one will be denied care because of their inability to pay. Secondly, we'll reduce the financial burden. Too many families and individuals face the impossible choice between seeking medical care and meeting basic living expenses. The NHI will significantly reduce out-of-pocket expenses, making healthcare more affordable for all, especially for vulnerable groups like the elderly, children, low-income families, and single parents. 3. Timely and efficient medical attention. Long wait times and delayed treatments often result in worsened health outcomes. With the NHI, patients will receive timely care, preventing complications and reducing the strain on our already burdened healthcare system. Number 4, it will focus on preventative care. Preventative healthcare reduces long-term costs and improves quality of life. The NHI will cover preventative services such as routine checkups, screenings, immunizations, and health education programs to promote healthier lifestyles and reduce the prevalence of chronic lifestyle diseases. Number 5, strengthening the healthcare system. The NHI will provide the financial stability needed to upgrade medical facilities, invest in modern equipment, and improve the working conditions of healthcare professionals. This will enhance the overall quality of healthcare services across the island. And 6, peace of mind for all St. Lucians. Knowing that quality healthcare is always within reach and accessible provides a sense of security. Families will no longer live in fear of medical emergencies they cannot afford, and every child will have the opportunity to grow up healthy and strong. With the United Workers' Party, St. Lucians will certainly have a healthier future. The United Workers' Party has a proven track record of investing in St. Lucia's health sector, from improving hospital infrastructure to increasing the availability of medical resources. Our vision for St. Lucia includes a robust healthcare system where no citizen is left to suffer due to lack of accessibility or affordability. The abandonment of the NHI by the SLP was a betrayal of the people's trust, but under the United Workers' Party, we will restore this critical program because we believe in a St. Lucia where healthcare is accessible, affordable, and reliable for every citizen. When you vote for the United Workers' Party, you are voting for a healthier, stronger, and more secure St. Lucia. Your health is our priority, and we will deliver. A United Workers' Party government plans to change this situation. This crisis demands more than just words. It requires leadership action and solutions. As a government, we will take decisive steps to restore law and order, provide opportunities for our people, and take our communities back from crime and violence. We will do the following. 1, empowering our youth with after-school and weekend programs. We will introduce holistic after-school and weekend programs that keep our youth engaged in sports, music, technology, and vocational training, providing positive alternatives to crime and idleness. Number 2, creating more economic opportunities. Many of our young men turn to crime due to lack of employment, and so we will work to ensure that we provide support to small businesses, create more entrepreneurial opportunities, and provide them with training programs to help individuals become more self-sufficient. 3, we will improve access to affordable housing. We believe that poor living conditions contribute to crime, and we will upgrade and develop affordable housing to provide solutions so that families can live in safer, more stable environments. 4, we will use technology to fight crime. We will invest in CCTV surveillance networks, smart street lighting, and crime detecting technology to help deter and solve crimes more efficiently. 5, revitalizing sports and community development. We will introduce and upgrade sports facilities across the island and organize regular sporting competitions to keep our young men engaged in structured activities instead of turning to crime. And I say this given the fact that the opportunity for this to take place has been eroded by the squandering of the funds that should be used for youth and sporting activities from the National Lottery after guaranteeing a loan of $80 million and having the National Lottery to finance that loan with $80,000 monthly, leaving absolutely no resources to provide for those programs for young people. We will introduce youth rehabilitation and second chance programs. We will introduce rehabilitation programs for at-risk youth and for first-time offenders, giving them a chance to turn their lives around through education, skills training, and mentorship.
Because you must understand that St. Lucia had no new investments for a very long time, And these things are a fact, the verifiable fact, as I always say. There was no new investment in this country from 2016, 2017.
Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre continues to push the false narrative that between 2016 and 2021, there were no new investments in St. Lucia under the United Workers' Party. But the results and facts are clear. While the world battled a global pandemic, the UWP was hard at work laying the foundation for economic growth, creating real jobs, and attracting major investments that began to transform our economy. Projects like Cabot St. Lucia, the DSH Pearl of the Caribbean, ITEL BPO, and Ojo Labs created thousands of job opportunities for young people and professionals. We welcomed Inter-Caribbean Airways, while Digicel's OECS headquarters opened up. A group of investors also began construction of the Courtyard Marriott at Point Seraphine, further boosting investor confidence. Serenity at Coconut Bay was delivered, alongside the opening of Bellevue Hotel and the Harbor Club. Another investment is the state-of-the-art IAMJet private jet facility, which was built in Vieus Fort. We even signed a historic agreement with Royal Caribbean, Carnival Cruise Line, and MSC to develop a cruise home port in Vieux Fort, a game changer for tourism and job creation in the South. And let's not forget the Orange Grove Plaza in Bois d'Auge and the proposed Sanders La Sousse 380-suite resort, a world-class development that was tragically derailed by political interference from SLP operatives, robbing St. Lucians of hundreds of jobs and millions in economic benefits. Ironically, many of these same projects were opposed by Philip J.P. and the SLP while they were in opposition. Yet today, they enjoy the benefits and take credit for the progress they once tried to block. So don't be fooled by the spin. The truth is this: the United Workers' Party delivered. We built, we attracted investment, we created opportunities. And we did it while navigating one of the toughest global crises in recent history. The facts are clear and the evidence is everywhere. The United Workers' Party delivers. Philippe J. Pierre is just trying to rewrite history as usual. Pierre, Pabo.
Jeremiah Norbert and his desperate labor comrades want you to believe that little was done in Micoud North under the UWP from 2016, despite the clear evidence all around. Even with a 2-year disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the UWP laid the foundation and began the transformation of Micoud North in a way the constituency had never seen before. We built the new Micoud Wellness Center, upgraded the Micoud playing field, built the new Micoud Early Childhood Development Center, constructed a smart block for the Micoud Secondary School. We also built the new Micoud Market, which the SLP has abandoned for the last 4 years. We constructed 2 community parks, one in New Extension Micoud and one in Monrepo. We completely rehabilitated the Micoud Village Main Road. We also completely rehabilitated the Monrepo Community Road. We rehabilitated the Prale Community Center, constructed numerous community roads, including Hillview Road, Sesendescat Drive, Wen Road, New Extension Micoud Roads, Grass Street, and the St. Marie Road. Hundreds of students benefited from scholarships and school bursaries. We also rehabilitated the Micoud Village Public Laundry by the sea. We constructed a new wing at the Monrepo Passias Combined School and gave the fishermen of Prale a new home. Residents of Micoud also had the benefit of free wireless internet in parts of the constituency. The United Workers' Party delivered for Micoud North, and we're committed to doing it again. Vote Elisha Norbert and the UWP to right the wrongs in Micoud North.
Malwat? Why them Lucians so make them this? Sui pui. Some 2.5% HCSL thing is a tax vibe. So what that have to do with people getting meg? But just now, to me them people paying VAT already. Exactly. The tax is calculated on the cost of goods. So one time the price go increase, Uma. The Lucians end up paying more than 15%. Mama! Gasa, just imagine $100 go buy less groceries. People getting poor. Things like rent and utility bills go also increase, Gasa. Real Malawi vibe? All them things the people doing to stay healthy, like gym, healthy eating, and safety and security, go be harder to get because people ain't have money. Partner, if them people ain't have enough money, they ain't go have leftover food for us to eat. The bins go be empty. Wow! Things real happening to them, Lucianzi. Look out for us again soon. We go show you all more.
St. Lucia is at a crossroads. Mismanagement, incompetence, and rising crime under the Philip J.P. administration have left us all struggling. But under Alan Chastanet's leadership, our country flourished. Taxes were lowered, 17 health centers were upgraded, the OKE hospital opened, over $12 million in hospital bills were wiped clean, lifting a burden off of our people. Construction of the state-of-the-art St. Jude Hospital began. The forensic lab was reopened. Homicides were 25% lower than they are today. New schools were built, 30% of our roads rehabilitated, and sports facilities across the country received major upgrades, empowering our youth. He successfully led us through the COVID-19 pandemic, winning global recognition for St. Lucia's top care management. Alan Chastanet, strong leadership to save our St. Lucia.
Life in St. Lucia has become unbearable. Every day, we feel the crushing weight of a government that's out of touch with the struggles of its people. They've collected millions in taxes on fuel, leaving us paying more for gasoline, cooking gas, kerosene, and diesel. And as if that wasn't enough, the Health and Security Levy has made everything more expensive, adding an additional 2.5% to the cost of goods and services. Bus fares have gone up, bread costs more, electricity, water, food, internet, even your mobile credit, it all costs more. For many St. Lucians, their paychecks don't stretch like they used to. Meanwhile, the government has reduced subsidies on flour, making basic necessities harder to afford. And while they raise prices on you, they've removed 700 people from the public assistance list, leaving our most vulnerable families with no support. St. Lucia is paying the price for a government that refuses to care. How much more can we take? How many more sacrifices must we make while they mismanage our country's finances? It's time to fight back, to stand up for our families, our future, and our country. No more excuses, no more broken promises. We can't afford to stay silent. The high cost of living is suffocating us, but together we can make our voices heard. St. Lucia deserves better. Pierre Pabo.
Senator Lisa Zavier, who also serves as the communications director for the St. Lucia Labour Party, continues to blatantly lie and deceive St. Lucians. In a recent press brief, the SLP spokeswoman tried to deny that St. Lucia's agriculture sector declined by 17% in 2023. These are the facts according to the 2023 Social and Economic Review, a document prepared by the Ministry of Finance. On page 32, the opening paragraph reads, "Based on preliminary estimates, the agriculture sector's real value added declined by 17% in 2023. It went further on pages 33 to 38 to highlight the decline in the various agriculture subsectors. Fishing production declined by 4.6%. Livestock production declined by 17.3%. Chicken production declined by 11.7%. Pork production declined by 41.6%. Egg production declined by 7.8%. Banana production declined by 45.5%. Non-banana crops declined by 17.3%. And regional exports of bananas declined by 54%. The future of St. Lucia's food security is in jeopardy under Labour. The UWP has a plan and is ready to right the wrongs of this reckless SLP administration. Our farmers and fisher folk deserve better. Lisa, Prosper, and Philippe, pas bon.
At a recent briefing, Prime Minister Philippe Pierre claimed that the custody suites project has been delayed due to bathroom sinks and toilets breaking during shipment. Not just once, but twice.
There were a series of unfortunate events. Number one, there was supposed to have the toilets, the special toilets. They got broken. When in shipping, my information is they were sent back to all the new ones, and then the other ones came back and they sent back the same broken ones. So my information, you see, and a lot.
But here's the truth. The sinks and toilets designed for prison facilities are made of stainless steel, built to withstand extreme conditions and nearly impossible to break in transit. The Prime Minister's claim doesn't add up. This project was initially estimated to cost $1.5 million. Somehow, that budget tripled to $4.5 million. And now there are reports that the costs have spiraled even higher. With every delay and excuse, taxpayers are forced to bear the burden of rising costs, while the government dodges accountability. Why isn't Prime Minister Pierre giving the people the truth about what's really causing the delays and escalating the costs? St. Lucia deserves a leader who takes responsibility, not one who resorts to dubious excuses. Our country demands transparency and honesty, not stories that simply don't hold water.
In 2019, the Alan Chastanet-led United Workers' Party took decisive action to address the healthcare challenges faced by St. Lucians. The UWP secured a US $20 million loan from the World Bank under the Health Systems Strengthening Project. Out of this loan, US $5.5 million was specifically allocated to establish the framework for a national health insurance program. Under this initiative, every St. Lucian would have received up to $75,000 in healthcare coverage on an annual basis, making healthcare more accessible, equitable, and affordable for all. An advisory board of experts, including Dr. Stephen King and Dr. Merle Clark, was assembled to design the framework for this transformative program. However, when the Philip J. Pierre administration took office, they chose to abandon this initiative. Why? Simply because it was started by the United Workers' Party. The consequences of this decision are devastating. Families continue to struggle with medical expenses, hospitals remain overwhelmed, and St. Lucians are left without the healthcare safety net they were excitedly expecting. Where is the accountability? Where is the vision? We would not be facing the current health crisis if the NHI program had been implemented. The National Health Insurance Program was never about politics. It was about people. It would ensure every St. Lucian had access to the care they deserve. Let's set the record straight. The health of our nation should never be sacrificed for politics. It's time to demand a healthcare system that St. Lucians deserve. Labour, Pabo.
On October 20th, 2024, at the SLP's Conference of Delegates in Viewfort, Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre made a desperate attempt to rewrite history.
You will remember that the United Workers' Party only gave COVID support to NIC contributors.
This claim is absolutely false. The truth? In July 2020, under the UWP administration, 5,000 St. Lucians who were non-contributors of NIC received $500 per month for 3 months to help them survive the pandemic. Prime Minister Pierre knows the facts, yet he chose to lie to the nation. Why? To mislead and divide. St. Lucia deserves a leader who values integrity, one who speaks the truth, not one who tries to twist it. Pierre, pardon. We need real leadership, not deception. Youth and Sports Minister Kenson Casimir has been caught blatantly lying about the delays with several disciplines related to national school sports. On October 23, 2024, an article published by Terry Finisterre, a well-known sports journalist and a close political ally of Minister Casimir, penned an article titled "School Sports Suspended." The story went on to explain that secondary student athletes in St. Lucia would be denied an opportunity to showcase their talents and abilities this term, as school sports has been suspended. It went further to say that this term faced the unusual interruption due to the Julian Alfred homecoming in September. According to Finisterre, one official who wished to remain anonymous told him that the disruption in instruction occasioned by the week of activities, including school rallies and a holiday, in addition to the resources that went into planning the festivities, were all a factor in deciding to cull.
Moi vle tout just cette licitan nous parce que nous angoisse en soir. Maman angoisse. Maman Vieux Fort North. Thank you very much. Welcome to the constituency of Viewfort North, and welcome to another of our Sunday Live. We are live streaming from the Grace Community Center. So as is customary, ladies and gentlemen, we always start with the national anthem and after a word of prayer. So I would ask you to please, if you stand at attention so we can begin, and afterwards we could have a word of prayer. Please remain standing as we call Mr. Stephen Donnelly to open us in a word of prayer.
Our Father, who created the heavens and the earth, at this moment, your children who are called by your name presented ourselves before thee. We need your divine guidance and intervention in this process tonight, that the one who is assigned to liberate us from the snare and the trap of the Labour Party, Callix, Kakal, Zavier, the one with the vision, the one who will actually take us from slavery and captivity and liberate us into the freedom of the United Workers' Party. Tonight we are all in one spirit, one accord, and we are all decided and agreed to fight together a battle of success, and by the grace of and the power of the eternal, we shall win this battle. I thank thee immensely in the name of the Almighty God. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donnelly. Good evening, everyone. No. That's a little too cool. Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Sunday Live here in Grace, Viewfort North. From the time I got here tonight, the news is that there is history in the making. And for the first time, come this election, Viewfort North will be in the fold of the United Workers' Party. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let me say a hearty welcome to each and every one of you who are present here this evening. Let me welcome all those of you who are viewing live, whether in St. Lucia, in the region, or in the diaspora. As usual, a very warm welcome to you. Tonight, before we continue, I would like to pay tribute to, we'd like to remember a stalwart of the United Workers' Party who has passed away, and that is Miss Orsina Fontenelle. May she rest in peace. Okay, our condolences go out to her family and friends, and of course, we hope that God gives them the courage and strength to go through their loss. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are here for a very special purpose. Now first, let me apologize. I was a little late because I got caught in Odson-Bexon. There's traffic jam there, so I had to go right back and go all around through Sarat and all of those places. And then when I got here, it was a little bit of a problem to get parking. But it is all well and good, and we are all here now, and we are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, to start off the proceedings for us, I would like to call on Mr. Hager to give us, Miss Hager to give us the welcome remarks. As you know, we need someone from the constituency to give us the constituency welcome.
A pleasant evening, brothers and sisters. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the beautiful community of Grace View Fort. A community blessed with hard-working farming families, a community also known for producing many talented athletes representing Viewfort North, and a spirit of resilience. This evening, we stand together, united, full of pride behind our candidate, Callix, Kakal, Zavier. A man of vision and service, a fighter for the people, the leader Viewfort North deserves. Let's raise our voices, let's show our strengths, and let's send a message loud and clear. Viewfort North is ready for victory. Thank you, and may God bless Viewfort North.
Thank you very much for this welcome. And let me acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Bradley Felix of Swazel Saltibus. I would like to acknowledge Lady Lee from Viewfort South. I would like to acknowledge Laura Jean-Pierre Noel, Labrie Auger. And ladies and gentlemen, I know we have a few more around. We just saw the arrival of Elisha Norbert, Micoud North. And ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, the team captain, the next Prime Minister, the Honorable Arlen Michael Chastanet. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on our first speaker for this evening. But before I call on this first speaker, let me say, I see Pupus around. Pupus, don't stay too far. They have something you have saying. I want our people to hear it tonight, so don't stay far. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on Mr. Dwight Callix to address you now from the constituency of Viewfort North. Mr. Callix. Let me correct myself. This gentleman is from Micoud South.
Bonsoir, Mama Ifabo. Good night, St. Lucia. All right, thank you so much for making me your opening batsman. Whether it be opening, middle order, tail ender, when we come here, we come to score runs. And the other notable thing, tonight is the beginning of history in Viewfort North. When you read about history, there is something beautiful about reading about history. When you learn about history, there is something beautiful about it. But you know the most important thing about history is when you position yourselves to be right in the thick of history, like Viewfort North is this very moment. Viewfort North is at a stage where it can witness history for the very first time. Viewfort North can go to the United Workers' Party. You know, all over the media, we hear all the talk about the notable names departing from the party. And you know what? Tonight, we're not going to mention such. You know why? Because while they're talking about notable names disappearing, I'm seeing notable names coming to the United Workers' Party. When we have visitors, and the visitors are leaving, we tell them goodbye and we wish them well. But the more important thing is to welcome those who have just come in. And tonight we are taking this opportunity to welcome all the newcomers to the United Workers' Party. We have our sisters in Laura. We have Lady Lee. We have Marcella Johnson. You know, notable women. And we have all the others. We have Elisha. We have Elisha. We have Bradley. We have Stephen. We have Tommy. We have Benson. We have Chico. We have Prevail. But tonight is about one individual. I've not mentioned his name. Tonight is about Kakal Zavier. And the reason I'm proud to mention his name tonight, because he is a no-nonsense person willing to take on the challenges St. Lucia is facing. We do not want politicians who shy away. We do not want politicians who are afraid of making a promise to the people. Kakal put his name on the list because he believed he can make a difference in Viewfort North and St. Lucia by extension. And when I speak to Kakal and with Kakal, he is not the type of person, he's not about maybes. He's not about, oh, I might try. When you speak to Kakal, he has a plan for the community, and he is not afraid to say, as a past police officer, I will tackle the situations that we are facing in the country today. We always had a phrase, in times of crisis, leadership matters. And the times we are facing in St. Lucia, it is beyond crisis. The times in St. Lucia, it is very serious times. You know, and I will be quoted tomorrow because they will find a little piece of the speech and they will use it conveniently. But you listening to the live, it is your responsibility to take in everything. You, via whatever medium you're listening tonight, it is for you to read between the lines. It is for you to understand the message that we are sending to you this night. You know, in one corner, we heard that there is a madman. He alone believes that tourism would return to pre-COVID days. Tonight, I'm here to say I support this man and I support the party of this man. I support Alan Chastanet and the United Workers' Party. And before I leave you tonight, you will hear all sorts of rumors about Kakal. The rumors will be swirling all over. But it is for you to understand the representative that you have. If there was a problem with Kakal when he was a police officer, how did he climb the ranks? How did he become the cop that he was? So don't be distracted, my people. Let what you know guide you. Not what they say, but what you know. And in the coming weeks, in the coming months, Kakal will be with you. He will listen to you. You will communicate with him. You will tell him what you need in your community. I say that, but that doesn't mean he don't know what you need. You see what he started with the playing field? Because he understands the importance of engaging the young people in the community. And let's not forget the farmers. The farmers of this country have been taken for a ride. But this United Workers' Party and Kakal Zavier will change your fortunes when we return into office. So tonight, my friends, I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for embracing Kakal. Continue lending him your support. Continue encouraging him. He will be there with you. And do not forget, when the bell rings, when the date is set, do not forget to wake up early and put that X by the United Workers' Party candidate for the progress and development of St. Lucia. I thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, Dwight. Ladies and gentlemen, a time has arrived. It is election time again. For 4 years, they dig out your eyes. For 4 years, they empty your pocket. But now they are busy trying to buy your votes. They took the money out of your pocket, millions of dollars, and now they want to come and give you pittance. They want to give you handouts, thinking that they will buy you. But the mantra for this election is, eat them out, drink them out, and vote them out. That is what we're going to do. So don't say you're not taking the money, take it. As a matter of fact, go and ask them for the money. Eat the money, drink the money, and when the time comes, vote them out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And so they realize around St. Lucia that yellow is the code. They try to counteract that by saying that the mood is red. But they're right. They're right. Yes, they're right. Because we're in that kind of mood now, because when you look at your needle, because of the high prices of gas, when you look at the needle on your car, the needle is on red. Because of all the high prices in the supermarket, when you check your bank account, it's in the red. When you think of all what they have done to you, it is time to put up the stop sign, and the stop sign is red. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to say, especially since I'm in the South this week, when we go through our communities and our streets, and we look on the streets, we look on the ground, what we see? Red blood flowing in our streets. So, we have to change that mood. Now we have to adopt a code that will bring an end to that mood. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let them know that the code is yellow. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will now like to introduce to you, now I will call the speaker from the constituency. I would like to call to the podium Mr. Blade. A round of applause for Mr. Blade, who will address you now.
I would like to say a pleasant good night to everyone. I am here tonight as well, as a United Workers' Party supporter. I'm also here as a result of my candidate, which is Kakal Xavier, because I believe now I've got a candidate. I saw a clip about he presenting a situation with in time of Calypso, where he's been victimized. And I did not get the news yet. I did not know nothing about the fact that he was going to be a candidate for the United Workers' Party. And I watched that man on the stage performing, and also at the same time on a phone call defending himself and saying how he was victimized. And I could have seen through the fine print. I sat there and I watched that video, and I said to myself, you know, this is a product in the making. As a result of the victimization that this man is facing, he's going to become a thorn in a particular location in the Labour's Party, you know. And I realized that's exactly what has happened. When I got the news, I was like, boy, it's like history in the making, like God is just putting things in place. And he came to me, he said to me, a particular gentleman mentioned my name to him and he wants me on board. And my response to him was, I was on board, because I was already on board from the time I saw that video when he was being victimized. So right now, I want to urge every young people from this constituency and from St. Lucia overall. Every 5 years we get the chance to dip our finger in this colorful paint and put our X where it's supposed to be. We need to take the initiative and do it the right way. I urge all of us, come out in large numbers and do what it takes to do the wrong. We have been under a form of leadership, like I said a couple of years ago, a government of T-boutique mindset. They give you a handout. Every Christmas, they give you the STEP program. Every school reopening, they give you the STEP, like it's an events kind of thing. We do not need this thing no longer. We need to be able to make a difference in the South. Every election, I've seen it for myself. The north part of St. Lucia is who determines what government leads the island. We in the South has been voting Labour Party over and over and over. And this leads me to remember one statement made by Mr. Alan Chastanet. He said, and I can't quote, I'll give it to you like it is at the back of my mind. He made a statement where we cannot do the same thing all the time and expect change. Doing the same thing all the time is like a level of insanity. And I heard people left that particular meeting that day and went out and say they called them crazy. Mr. Alan Chastanet called them insane. But guys, there's always the bottom line. There's always the fine print. Do not sign contracts and don't read the fine print. If we were to listen to the statement that was made, it was said, doing the same thing over and over it's a result of insanity. We need to stop that. We need to stop that. More than 30 years we've been voting these people in power all the time. And what do we have to be thankful for? We asked a very important question. Where is the CIP money? We didn't get an answer. More than 3 years ago, we never had an answer. 3 years ago, Labour Party had no money to do nothing. Nothing was being done. As a result of the 5 years that they won the last election they won. But right now, in the peak of election, what do you see happening? Roads, infrastructure, all over the place. Même si nous pas manger a couple of years ago, right? Nous pas manger chimé, but now all we have to be thankful for is chimé. You understand what I'm saying? You see the level of propaganda and the hypocrisy that lies within these guys. You won an election by 13 seats. What were you doing with 14 and 15? That's a question some of us may not be able to answer. You won an election by 13 seats, but you took 14 and 15. And you want to stand on all over the place and say they run independent. But to show the level the level of I don't know how to put it together, but to show the income, like they cannot work together to that extent. Your own people who campaign with you, they won their seats. They could not get portfolios. They could not get ministries. But 14 and 15 got 2 ministries. 14 and 15 ran independent, but they got ministries. You understand what I'm saying? 14 and 15, they ran independent, but they got ministries. I leave you all with one thing. This election is going to be the most dirtiest election you'll have ever seen. The longer they take to ring the bell, the more the dirt surface. So guys, I urge you all, exactly, come out in numbers and correct the wrong. All right? And I leave you all with this again. Young people, we are the ones that's going to make the difference. Come out in numbers. Carry your mom, your dad if necessary. Give them the electric wheelchairs. We'll come and help you all no matter where you all are. We'll provide transportation. And I'll be on the floor. I'll be on the ground floor, wherever, whatever it takes to get them there. Amen? Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blade. And now, let us welcome the Deputy Political Leader, Mr. Guy Joseph, in the hall. And also, let us welcome the man from Sulphur City, Senator Herod Stanislas, who is also with us. Now I hear in Labrie, they're giving Flabo's contract left, right, and center. They're trying to buy you. I tell you, if they give you contract, take it. If they give you money, take it. If they give you plywood, take it. Anything they give you, take it. Because in this election, we're going to eat them out, drink them out, and vote them out. That is what we're going to do. Mr. Chico, what time are you going to stand up? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Peter Chico from Constituency. And talking about Labrie, if today SLP finds the need to have to try to buy people, it be balfini, violence. And I am going to tell you now, history is in the making in the South. Last time around, you had one representative for the whole South. That was Alan Chastanet. He represented Micoud South, Viewfort North, Viewfort South, and Labrie. This election, we need some help for the Honorable Alan Chastanet. We're going to start on the West Coast, and we are going to give him a representative in Labrie Auger to assist him. Ladies and gentlemen, the lady who will create history come the next general election, I would like to call her to the podium now to address you, Mrs. Laura Jean-Pierre Noel, our endorsed candidate for Labrie Auger.
Without your perfect vision, you thought I could.
Yes, I'm a survivor. We all are survivors. Are you a survivor? They thought we couldn't breathe without them. We're inhaling. They thought they couldn't see without them. Clearer vision. They thought we couldn't last without them, but we're lasting. Thought we could have died without them, but we're living. Thought we could have failed without them, but we're on top. And even in the years to come, we're still gonna be here. We are survivors. If you're a survivor from Labrie, let me see you put up your hand. Let me see you put up your hand if you're a survivor from Viewfort South. But if you're a survivor from almost 20 years of hard labor in Viewfort North, let me hear you make some noise. Ipasam Zoka Souffre Viewfort North. If you're a survivor from Viewfort North, let me hear you make some noise. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you from the beautiful constituency of Labrie and Auger, and to be with a man that I have come to view as my brother, Kakal. That's right, I love you too. Kakal is a wonderful man. Whether it is he is conducting traffic, fighting crime, whether he's performing on stage, whether he's judging a show, or simply looking out for his friends, he gives it his all. When myself and our sister Lady Lee goes out, we never have to worry. Our husbands never have to worry. Because once they know we're with Kakal, they know he will treat us with the same respect that he gives his wife and his daughter. That is the measure of the man. You know, sometimes I think if it weren't for the fact that I had my own constituency to serve, I would want to be part of the movement that Kakal has started in Viewfort North. And some of you may be asking why. And it's simply this: his love for Viewfort North is so passionate. He loves you guys with all of his being. Within just weeks of being endorsed, Kakal ensured that the young people whom he loves so much got access to a playing field in Greece. Within 1 week, he was able to do this. And you have a sitting rep for what, 20 years? How many? The rep is for 20, but Viewfort North, just like Labrie, has been under the thumb of Labour for over 50 years with no progress. As Dwight would have mentioned before me, you would hear all sorts of things. Kakal not a people person. People person can make manger sous tabzot. Pli moun la belle, pli of your shis. They don't care about you. They have nice face. They smile. They play drums. But are they taking care of you and your family? Are they ensuring that you and your family are taken care of? That you as a man can take care of your woman and children? People person. He gave you a field. Is that someone who does not care about young people? I don't think so. This is the mark of a man of vision, a man of heart, a man committed to his people. Kakal is a gem, and you would be foolish not to support him. So pas supporter Kakal, ma saouni a tête ou. Jugboate ka di se Kakal baske a tête sot. Because of this, if he can accomplish all of this outside of government, just imagine what he can do with the full weight of resources placed in his hands for the people of Viewfort North. So when the bell rings, do not hesitate. Gather your family. Gather your friends. Voisinage, mamayu ek mamai, mamayu tiishu. And all of their friends, and march down to the nearest polling station and vote with confidence, vote with courage, vote for Kakal. Because with him, Viewfort North will rise from neglect to progress. Viewfort North, ou ka y sorti en négligence pour arriver à progrès. This is the measure of the man, a man of morality, a man of ethic. And speaking of morality, justice, and women's safety. My friends, tonight, there are matters of truth and justice that we must confront. I want to touch a little bit on Eldridge Charles. Eldridge Charles was pushed, lied about, and then told that if she felt offended, she should have asked for an apology nicely. Can you imagine? Un homme poussé ou exe ou qui ni pour demander pour apologie. My people, this was not a matter of feelings. This was assault, a criminal act. And to reduce it to a feeling is misogyny, plain and simple. First, the minister said he denied touching her. Then he claimed that he only asked her to leave because she was protesting. But Deputy Kitan say, "Roll, monsieur." There is a sergeant at arms, and that is his job, not the job of the minister. And then when confronted, the Speaker of the House shielded him, mocked Eldris, and suggested she might be arrested for wasting time. But when the truth came out, when records proved Eldris did not lie, did he take responsibility? Did he take responsibility? No. He admitted to tapping her, then arrogantly blaming her for not asking nicely for an apology. That is not accountability, people. That is a pattern of denial, deflection, intimidation, and spinning. And while this government laughs off assault in the house, let us remember the real house, the homes of St. Lucian women. Where is the safety for them? Every year, countless women are raped, and it goes unannounced, unreported. Women are forced into silence because they know the police will not protect them, and that is why our brother Kakal decided to hang up his hat and come and see about the safety of us women. Because since the Mary Ratcliffe case so many decades ago, they know that justice will not come for them. So we arm ourselves. Even those of the Labour Party ask us to do the illegal thing and arm ourselves with pepper spray. Those of you who know your history will remember Alvina in the house asking us to arm ourselves with pepper spray. So we arm ourselves with knives and with our own courage because the state has failed us. Do you know, as we are gathered here, that there are women who have taken their own safety into their hands, women who have been raped and battered and abused, and when they go to the police for help, rather than get help and justice, they are the ones facing charges. Because these criminals have friends in high places. And why are they so brazen? It is because in the government there are criminals in high places. When the commissioner of police goes off on vacation and he puts in charge a man who has charges pending against him, the criminals think it's Christmas. And when the prime minister goes off on vacation and he puts a minister in charge who has charges against him, the criminals say, "Oh, happy day." We need to remember the names of Belinda Joseph, Charisse Benoit, Crystal St. Omer, Crystal Felix, Elisha Hunt, Jolie William, Alana Bernard, and so many more whose names we may never know. There is no witness protection in this country, and so women are going and hide out at guest houses. Isn't that a shame? Every single one of us gathered here today as a mother. And there's so much more that I want to talk about. But
My time is short, but I want you to remember when a government has no morality and it takes licenses with telling the truth as if it is allergic to the truth, we have a problem. We have a problem. The SLP is synonymous with crime, victimization, unemployment, and hopelessness. And none more than the South feel it. For 50 years, from Viewfort North to Labrie, we have been governed by the St. Lucian Labour Party. And we sit down and take it as if it is a gift from Santa Claus. Well, I say no more. No more. If you will stand with me and stand with Kakal and stand with Lady Lee for St. Lucia, I say no more. Let us rise. Let us rise and get out from under the thumb of this wicked, wicked government. I thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless St. Lucia, in particular the south of this God-given island. Thank you, and good night.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Laura Jean-Pierre Noel, our candidate for Labrie Auger, who will be making history in the upcoming elections. Now, there is a very good reason why we are going to see the entire South painted in yellow after this next election. Because when I look at the plans of the United Workers' Party, when I look at the vision that Alan Michael Chastanet has for the South, with your home port for cruise ships in Vieux Fort, with the Hiwanora International Airport, and with the projects such as DSH, that, well, of course, we were able to implement Ojo Labs and those call centers. But when we return, and we are going to see all of those projects that were put on hold completed in the South, then the South will be giving us competition in the North when it comes to employment and economic development. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you that the United Workers' Party has put in place a plan so that when they get in office, all farmers who are now retired, even if you did not pay NIC, you are going to receive a pension. And those farmers who have died, their family will receive a one-time lump sum payment in their honor. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a government that has recognized the people who built this country and placed it where it is today. I also want to inform you that quite apart from moving the 2.5% that they lied to us about, apart from bringing down the price of gas that is killing us, apart from the national health insurance that will stop all those cake sales, bake sales, and boat rides, we will be getting health insurance to the tune of $75,000 for each and every St. Lucian. And we have many other plans and policies for you, but I just want to remind you of this last one. There will be no dam dredging fee for the people in the South. The United Workers' Party will remove the dam dredging fee on the people of the South, because that John Compton Dam serves only the North. It doesn't serve you in the South, so it is unfair for you to have to pay for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have ample reasons to vote for the United Workers' Party and ensure that you break that trend in Viewfort North and Labrie, where Labour has been representing you for over 50 years and you have nothing to show for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, not far behind is Viewfort South. And I know they had a representative for the last almost 30 years. He was prime minister for about 15 of those 30 years. He was minister of finance for 15 of those 30 years. And now, he is leaving the scene and wants to plant his protege, somebody that he has trained that is going to be exactly like him. Ladies and gentlemen, you had enough of Kenny. You do not want another Kenny by a different name. What you want is a lady of the United Workers' Party who will come and make a difference, make the change to see progress and development while she works with Alan Michael Chastanet to see all those grand projects for Vieus Fort take place. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Liana Joannas, the Lady Lee, the next parliamentary representative for Vieux Fort South.
Would have started. My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. Tell you my dream is to live my dream. Hear the most I in me sleep when me sleep. Tell you my goal, my goal, my goal. All of my goal is to reach my goal. Live a happy life, put it on me headstone. Nobody no fi cry over me dead. Look at me now, when them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. I mean, I tell you my life.
My Flabo. It is quite a pleasure to be here. Laura, you on fire tonight, and I love it. Gotta big up everyone in the diaspora locked on right now. Tuned in, YouTube, Facebook. It's turned this evening. Political leader, deputy political leader, and all my colleagues, I wish you all a heartfelt welcome. Everyone in here, let me hear you say, my Flabo! That's what I'm talking about this evening. I am not only here to speak on behalf of Viewfort South, but Labrie, Viewfort North. I can go as far as Micoud South and environs. Choiseul, I am here to be the voice for each and every one of you because y'all are close to the South. Because whatever ills and deficiencies that exist in the South, you guys are also being affected by it. Also, the man of the hour, Kakal, big up yourself as well. For over 25 years, Vieux Fort has been represented by Dr. Kennedy Anthony under the reign of the St. Lucia Labour Party. During this time, he served as Prime Minister and Minister for Finance for 15 years. And I stress on that, 15 years. Yet, Vieux Fort has been seen as one of the most neglected constituencies in the south of the island. Yes, we are. My question is, why? Why have we been neglected? Why do they view us as the bastard child of the island? That is how they view us, like we're a Botwin or something. Everything passed, and Vieux Fort just there. That have to stop. Our youth unemployment rate is over 50%. Our roads are in a deplorable condition. Access to affordable health care has become a challenge. Crime has spiraled out of control, and opportunities for the youth is next to non-existent. And not a damn apology has been given to us for such neglect. Not a single apology. They have failed us in Vieux Fort South. This is not just political failure. This is a betrayal. Now that the tides have changed, and trust me, the tides are changing and we are swimming with it, and the St. Lucia Labour Party is trying to burden us once again with failed leadership. Yes, instead of fresh leadership, the replacement is one who is embedded in the same failed system. And that we will not allow to manifest once again in the south of Vieux Fort. In 2016, the United Workers' Party, they had a plan for Viewfort South. Everything was moving. Me a twelve my tooth bagay more. Yo Xavier for the United Workers' Party. They did the Viewfort Library Water Supply Improvement Project. That's one. DSH, which was employing 100 persons, that was shut down. The new private jet facility at the Hiranora International Airport was something else that the United Workers' Party did. ITEL BPO employed 800 people. Thank God for ITEL, not forgetting the system. Ojo Labs also employed about 300 persons. We also started the process of the redevelopment of the Ansdesab, which was a dedicated tourism commercial project for only St. Lucia, where 100 acres of land would have been subdivided and sold, and locals, and I mean the locals, would have been given incentives to develop their own businesses. We had already signed the memorandum of agreement with the cruise ships for the establishment of the home cruise port, Tutsadubut. We built the new Wasco headquarters building in Vieux Fort. We started the world-class St. Jude Hospital. May you faire bêtise l'hôpital là. Yo faire bêtise l'hôpital là, tu vois yo vle nous atwada. Masas kino pou mesa kuye. Nansi kino pou mesa kuye l'hôpital là. The chicken coop. Kaipula. We have also established the National Apprenticeship Program in Vieux Fort, which trained over 500 young people. All of these initiatives have stopped. Yo Chwe Vieux Fort. The Vieux Fort I used to know and that I grew up in had a vibrant economy. Vieux Fort est belle place. A place qui était bon mouvement. They had businesses. And I could name a Valmore. We had Singer, we had Luans, Nuteni J&B, a Shaiko Tete Vieux Fort. Where are they now? A troll must say SNS to sell no nek na yako. My mail is of fair mim them aboutly. It is a fact, and I'm stating the truths. SNS is what we have in Vieux Fort. Si yo fait me SNS a troll ma, nous parlons en ye Vieux Fort. Vieux Fort fini. We had nightlife. We had Ocean Hideaway. We had Kimatry. We had El Pirata. We had Sapphire. So many places to lime. All of that. Oh yes, not forgetting the van. Yeah, T plus plywood la boshimi abofilla. We had the van. All those places closed down. Nupani anye. Yo Chwe Vieux Fort. We had the banana industry. It was booming. It was thriving. There was nothing better than seeing all those vans with the green gold lined up by Winera heading to Vieux Fort docks. Tout ça fini. C'est Stevie Dawes là qui a souffert. La pani l'argent qu'a fait à l'époque Vieux Fort encore. Yo chwe. Banana industry replaced with tourism. But where is our piece of the tourism pie in the south of Vieux Fort? Honorable Alan Chastanet tried to give us piece of that pie of tourism in Vieux Fort. Tout ça yo chwe Vieux Fort. And we are not standing for that no more. We had factories. We had Hortex. Yo feme tout. The factories created employment for us. Right now we have lots of youth on the streets, unemployed, idle, up to no good. We need to create employment for the youth of Vieux Fort. Now, vision truly is the foundation upon which great leadership is built. And that you will find in the United Workers' Party under the leadership of the Honorable Alan Chastanet. Yes. Vision we had. Vision that drives innovation and progress. I, Mrs. Liana Johannes Paul, your endorsed candidate for Viewfort South, I am that fighter. I am that representative that will do battle for the people of Viewfort South. I will see to it that you all get that slice of the pie that we deserve, that we have been neglected. I will fight to ensure that we get that slice of the pie. I will fight for equality and equity, and that we get the resources that we deserve in Viewfort, that all other constituencies are receiving and we have been neglected. I am going to fight for that right. So my people of Viewfort, I have plans for you guys. The United Workers' Party have plans for Viewfort South. Cruise ship terminal. That was a priority. Would have created lots of employment for the people of the south of Viewfort. That is still on the agenda. If you want your slice of that pie, vote for the United Workers' Party. C'est péché en vieux fort, zot ka souffert. N'a parlé zot tous les jours. Nous ka vie ouvert, complexe ça. C'est péché. Mettez trust zot à de moins les dili. Moi c'est ish un péché. Et moi ka gourmet pour zot tout. Attends ouais ça. Nous Xavier fort, pas si vous ka monter castri, caché pour birth certificate, c'est bêtise. We need to have our own civil status registry in Viewfort. By up and down castri ça, nous pas faire ça encore. We need to have our own office where passports are issued and processed. Nous pas si vous ka monter castri pour ça, no please. My people, once again, before I leave, vote for progress. Vote for development. J'avais fort. Si zot sav ki sa ki bon pour zot, pour nous, pour ish nous, pour nous toutes. Zot kay vote pour moi ledili et puis United Workers Party. Parce que nous kay gourmet pour ça et pour bay zot ki sa zot deserve en Viewfort. The people of Viewfort North, vote for the man, Callix, Kakal, Zavier, the man of the hour, who will bring victory to the north of Viewfort, who will bring progress to the north of Viewfort. My people of St. Lucia, when that bell is rung, power still la ka izotek di, mwen pa ka vote, nou pa ka fe sa. Everybody come out. When that bell is rung, bring out your votes. We want each and every one of you, all 17 constituencies, to march out like the army and the soldiers that we are and bring those seats home. A nous votez Flabo. I thank you and good night.
Like how Martin Luther King would have started. My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. Tell you my dream is to live my dream.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are feeling the power of the South. We are here for Kakal tonight, but at the same time, we show you the firepower that we have in the other constituencies of the South. Now, I want to acknowledge Mr. Stephen Xavier, who is here with us, our candidate for Castries North. Pubus, could you come forward, please? You know, when we talk about the South, I am starting from Denry North. We're taking Denry North, Denry South, Micoud North, Micoud South, Viewfort North, Viewfort South, Labrie. We already have Soisel, and we're taking back Soufre and ancillary canneries. But you know, I love what I see happening in Micoud North, because as you know, that was the crown jewel of the United Workers' Party, and for the first time, we lost that seat in the last election. We're coming back for our seat. And I was at a meeting on Friday in the constituency of Micoud North, and I heard something that I like. Pupus, come and tell them what it is that I heard.
Good night to everybody. Mamai Flambeau. This is our film. SLP must go. They will go and they have to go. Say it after me again. SLP must go. They will go and they have to go. I thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the word for the country coming from Micoud North. SLP must go. They will go and they have to go. That is it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now bring you the young man who will regain the crown jewel of the United Workers' Party, the man who will bring back the constituency of Micoud North to the fold. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium, the man, Elisha Norbert, the real Norbert.
Come on, let's go. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am.
Yeah, DJ, thank you. Good night, everybody. Political leader, members of the National Executive, chairperson, members of the executive of Viewfort North, people of Viewfort North, people of Viewfort South, people of St. Lucia, persons in the diaspora, our visitors, Mr. Clendon all the way from England, those of you from the United States. Good evening, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be in Viewfort North. Mr. Callix, Xavier, and I share many things in common. One, both of us have roots in Micoud North. His mother, Miss Isa, good evening, Miss Isa. She's from Micoud North. Two, both of us have been victimized for associating with the United Workers' Party. And the time of victimization is over. Les arrivé pour puis Satan d'y. And the third thing, Mr. Xavier and I both are disciplinarians. We know the importance of discipline. And today, more than ever, St. Lucia is crying out for discipline. But there is a fire burning in the United Workers' Party, a consuming fire, a purifying fire, and a wave of discipline is sweeping through the party. And for some people, that fire is too hot. And those who will not be purified, they must go, they have to go, and they will go. The St. Lucia Labour Party said, everyone has a price and everyone who is up for sale will be bought. But brothers and sisters, let us not cause our anxiety to discourage the soldiers among you who are resisting the lure, the temptation, the bribes that they are being offered by the St. Lucia Labour Party today. Let us encourage each and every one of us that are still standing strong to fight the St. Lucia Labour Party and to right all the wrongs crippling this country. You love my shirt? Tonight the black man feeling to party. Tonight the black man feeling to jump. But on my way down here, something killed my spirit of festivity because we were waving our national flag and we bounced up with an SLP convoy. and one of the young men from the St. Lucia Labour Party, he ripped off our flag. Our national flag fell on the ground. So I pulled up and I got out of my bus and I'm walking towards him, and someone says, "Elisha, don't do it." And so I stopped. You see, the indiscipline has gone too far. When we have lost respect for our flag, when we ridicule our national motto, we have lost our way. When we don't know who we are, then we can be bought for 30 pieces of silver. And that is why it's important for us to know who we are. I will never forget, 18 years old, left St. Mary's College, first of my parents' children to leave secondary school, and it's time to go to Sir Arthur. But I know how hard it is on my father as a banana farmer. I went to the registration at Sir Arthur. I did apply, and they said we had to pay at the time, I think it was $810 or something like that, just for tuition. And at that time, $800 sounded like $8,000. And when you know your parents have 6 other siblings behind you, you have to make a decision. You go to Sir Arthur, you put your parents under more burden, or you go work in the banana plantation with your father. But the Lord sent an angel, and tonight I want to say thank you to him and his family. Dr. Remy gave me a scholarship, $800, paid my tuition for Sir Arthur, and so I was able to go to Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. And so tonight, when the United Workers' Party has agreed to pay the tuition of every single St. Lucian who qualifies to go to Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, I understand that. And I know how that will change lives. We are fighting for the land, the people, and the light. And that's how we empower our people. We empower our people by removing the hurdles that they have to overcome. And so, when I left school, I used to help my father do his books to submit NIC payments for his workers. And the very first time I realized my father's name was not on the list, because he was paying NIC for his workers. You would take, I think it was 5% from their salary, and he has to find another 5% to pay theirs, to add on it, to 10%. But he never paid for himself, because his contributions to NIC, he needed it to pay for the bills and send the children to school. And many of these banana farmers did the same thing. They took care of their workers. They paid their workers first. Somehow we've lost that type of love in this country. Too many of our businesses, our business owners are now profit-driven. They love money more than they love men. Too many of our politicians love money more than they love men. And the word of the Lord said today, the love of money is the root of all evil. Money has become a god, and the worship of that money is greed. And a lot of the ills plaguing our country today is because of greed. But I remember my father's name not being on the list, and I said in my mind, boy, how will my father get his pension? My father said, that's why he has children. And many of them, you know, they make children to take care of them. But we get married, we move on. Some of us live in England, some of us go to the States. And at the time you turn 90, you know, there's nobody there to take care of you. But Alan Chastanet and his team of men and women have responded to the call. You remember that discussion, Mr. Fede? And so today, I can stand and say, number 2, the United Workers' Party is going to pay a pension to those selfless SLBGA farmers. Thank you Thank you. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, we are on the right track. There is a mood, and the mood is good. It's not red, it's good. The bloodshed in this country, it can end. Crime prevention and solving crimes are two different things. And yes, when a crime happens, we look to the police to solve the crime and to bring justice to the family members, those who wait for justice. But I want to say to the government, I want to say to the Minister of Crime Prevention, y'all said tonight that y'all are not in Roro, but y'all respond. Respond to this, please. Crime prevention is different from solving crime. We're asking y'all to do more to prevent our young people from going astray. Invest in the children before they turn 16 so their talents can cause them to shine. Micoud North, we are coming back home. Micoud North, we are stronger together. Micoud North, there will be more sports. There will be more discipline. There will be greater access to the farming roads. Micoud North, there will be more love. There will be no victimization. We're going to live together as one after the next election. Mamai Flabo, good evening. I love you.
Believers anthem. Come on, let's go. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God said.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, you just saw Elisha whisper in my ear. You see, tell the people of St. Lucia, do not gamble with their future. And so, do not allow the St. Lucia Labour Party to disrespect you by trying to buy your votes. They have your money in their pockets, and they will come to you trying to lure you into voting for them. But I'm telling you again, when they come to you with the money, eat them out, drink them out, and vote them out. Because the St. Lucia Labour Party have to go, they will go, and they must go. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you this. We are starting off with 2 seats. But before I introduce the next speaker, who has one of those seats already and who will be keeping that seat, I want to acknowledge the arrival of 2 of the generals who have just made it into the hall. I want, and I know where they're coming from, you know. These people are hardworking people. Don't think they would just lime in. These fellas had some whistle-stop meetings going on tonight. They're coming from there and they came straight here to back up Kakal. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us acknowledge the presence of the next parliamentary representative for Denry North, Mr. Benson Emil, because Ben for the Denry North, Denry South. Oh my God. You know, it doesn't really matter. We are both Denry North and Denry South. The mistake is who's representing Denry North and who's representing Denry South. Both of them are coming home. But Ben for the Den is Denry South. And ladies and gentlemen, the other deputy political leader just came in, and he will be returning to Ansler Canries as their parliamentary representative come the next general election. So, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that they have no answers. They cannot argue policies with the United Workers' Party. The United Workers' Party dropped 13 on them after the convention. And after the Micoud big meeting, they dropped another 7 on them. And their only response is to try to malign our candidates, try to slander them, and try to accuse them of all kinds of things. But I heard Bradley give one a response on Newspin this week. And I'm hoping that he took heed of what was said to him. Because when it comes to Sozel Saltibus, everybody in Sozel Saltibus in this next election will be flexing. Because the man, Bradley Felix, has worked for them and will continue to work for them. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium the parliamentary representative for Sozel Saltibus, who will remain as a parliamentary representative, the man, Bradley Felix. And we know in Sozel they will put the X for flex.
For all the truth that you made me see, for all the joy you brought to my life, for all the wrong that you made right, for every dream you made come true, for all the love I found in you, I'll be forever thankful, baby. You're the one who held me up, never let me fall. You're the one who saw me through it all. You were my strength when I was weak. You were my...
Good night, Viewfort North. Good night, Flabo family. It's a pleasure to be in Grace tonight. You know, when I first had a conversation with Kakal, and he was telling me that he was thinking seriously of representing Viewfort North, he said to me, his mission, and when a man has a mission like that, you take him very serious. He said his mission was take Viewfort North out of poverty and into prosperity. Take that man serious. Take that man very, very serious. I listened to Brother Norbert, and he said to be careful to sell your soul for 30 pieces of silver. But he should have continued and said to you, remember what happened to Judas. When he sold for 30 pieces of silver. He could not have enjoyed that money. And anybody who sells their conscience for any monetary benefit this election, that you will not be able to live with. Brothers and sisters, last night I had the pleasure of closing off the meeting in Soufre Fonsejac with Brother Herod Stanislas. And I am happy to report Soufre Saltibus is coming home. There's no two ways about that. Soufre Saltibus is coming home, brothers and sisters. Soufre Fonsejac. Well, Fonsejac Saltibus, we don't. So tonight I am here to touch on two of our SOS intentions when we get into office. Our Save Our St. Lucia intentions. But at the same time, I want to expose some of the hypocrisies of the St. Lucia Labour government. I want you to remember, brothers and sisters, in 2009, the United Workers' Party had implemented what we call an airport development tax. You all remember that? And you would remember the St. Lucia Labour Party at the time said when they come into office, they will remove that airport development tax because it was unfair for the people of St. Lucia that there was no airport being built for them to have paid an airport development tax. Mind you, the majority of that money was being paid by foreigners. And they came in and they removed that tax. My brothers and sisters, I am telling you, had that tax not been removed, we would have been able to modernize and renovate and rejuvenate our Uranora International Airport with very little outside assistance today. That is one of the biggest mistakes the St. Lucia Labour Party made. And they're always making such big mistakes, brothers and sisters. And but from way back then, that should have been a warning for all of us, you know. It should have been a warning as to how the St. Lucia Labour Party saw SLASPA as the body that was controlling that money. Because they did not see SLASPA as independent and capable of handling our own affairs. And that is why today, SLASPA is no longer an independent entity, but a dependent entity, brothers and sisters. And it's because of the thinking of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Now, why do I say all of that, brothers and sisters? I say all that because the United Workers' Party has indicated that when we come into office, none of us in the south of the island who are being served, who are not being served by the Rosa Dam, will have the dredging fee removed from our bills. And do you know what the response has been from the St. Lucia Labour Party? That we are going to kill Wasco. I want to tell the St. Lucia Labour Party something. Any decision that the United Workers' Party makes, we have sorted out, and when we make a plan, we have a counter plan as to how to deal with any shortfall. We don't do anything vitae. Now you want to come and cry for Wasco? You had a year of infrastructure, and the most critical infrastructure for any island is their water infrastructure. Wasco was not mentioned in your infrastructure plans at all. Let us not forget who wanted to privatize Wasco. We must never forget these things. And when we built a brand new building for the workers in the south for Wasco, you know what they said? What an ugly building. Where we took the workers into the comforts of a brand new building, and they tried to say that we put an ugly building in Vieux Fort. And now you want to cry for Wasco? Brothers and sisters, that dredging fee that we are going to remove from your bills will relieve some suffering in your pocket, brothers and sisters. You better believe it. This is a government, the United Workers' Party, that thinks of the impact of our pocket. Remember, from day one, the Honorable Alan Chastanet said he wants to put ching, ching, ching in your pocket. And everything that we have done is to ensure that we have ching, ching, ching in our pocket, brothers and sisters. I want to move on to the next part. Last week, the government of St. Lucia, they implemented a new unit called the Climate Finance Unit, CFU for short. And that unit is to address climate threats. And what does that mean? That if the government is going to take money to build any building, any structure, they have to look carefully that that money is spent properly so that the climate environment that we're in right now, we will not be vulnerable to the kind of climate that is happening. And I said, wow, flashback. You know why? Because I heard the permanent secretary say, listen to me very carefully. The permanent secretary said, resilience is not an option. It is essential. I said, wow, where have I heard these words before? And I remembered St. Jude's. And I remembered the Honorable Alan Chastanet when we made the decision to construct a brand new building. These were his words. we are building a modernized structure, a state-of-the-art structure, a structure that would be hurricane resilience, mold resilience. They are going to have, the panels are going to be panels that can retard fires in the event of a fire. We're going to have a helicopter pad. Brothers and sisters, this was a building that was designed to international standards. If that does not speak to resilience, then I want to know what else speaks to resilience. And the hypocrisy is, they went back into an 30-year-old building, brothers and sisters, as the better option for them. Now let me tell you something when it comes to resilience. Do you know how many small buildings they have in that old St. Jude's? 23. 23 blue roofs in the event of a hurricane. Can you imagine? A Category 5 hurricane. 23 blue roofs with galvanized flying all over the place rather than the structure we have there. Think about it, brothers and sisters. This place that they're going into, there are still parts of the building. If you stretch your hand, you can still touch the roof. They cannot put on sprinklers in this building, because if they put anything else to hold them sprinklers, I want to know how the DCA is going to approve the opening of that building. The nurses are telling you, the nurses are saying it to one another, they're talking to one another. Your pai their work is your pay. They are telling you there is no protection from the elements when they have to move from one building to the next. They have to walk and face the rain, face the sun. And not just the nurses and doctors, but the patients as well, if they have to move from one unit to the next, brothers and sisters. They are questioning the thickness of the walls where the X-ray unit is. Because any one of you all who have done an X-ray would know that they put a heavy jacket on you to protect you from radiation. And if the walls of that X-ray unit is not thick enough, then there's a danger that radiation could seep through the adjoining rooms. They are concerned about that. They are concerned as to, yes, it's a brand new building, but will we see mold in 6 months? And you cannot move patients, after that. You cannot move patients. Brothers and sisters, do you know that very recently they fired all the local electricians at St. Jude's? They fired all the local electricians at St. Jude's, and they brought in Indian workers from overseas. And you know why? Because our local electricians were very concerned about the wiring at the old St. Jude's. And I remember very clear, and all of you would have heard about it, when we had the audit done. The audit said that while it will cost us about $100 million to finish the old St. Jude's, that figure can easily have doubled, because they have no idea what we will find with the electrical and the water lines. And it was on that decision, on that information, that we made a decision we could build a brand new, modernized structure for the same amount of money that it would cost us to rebuild the old St. Jude's. The Honorable Alan Chastanet must be given his flowers for that decision. Brothers and sisters, for the sake of politics, our people are being made to suffer. And you know what troubles me in all of that? Educated people, or so-called educated people, are supporting that wastage of money. Y'all will remember, there are people who said $25 million will finish it. They said 50 million. One parliamentary representative said it's just chemical and paint. And today, $200 million is what is being used to finish the old St. Jude's. Brothers and sisters, if that is not a travesty, and if that does not wake up your anger as to how this government has wasted our resources, and we cannot get that money back, you know. We cannot get it back. I remember in Parliament, when we were discussing St. Jude's, I said to the Prime Minister, I said, boss, if it's because Alan Chastanet built the new building, you don't want to finish it, you can name the new building after yourself, if that's what you want. I told him so. Because the best decision for the people was for us to have had this building, brothers and sisters. All over the world, you look at a modernized hospital, and this is what you see, brothers and sisters. So I'll tell you something. They are banking on opening the St. Jude's, as they have said, and then they will call the elections. So when you see they open St. Jude's, of course, it's a new building. So nice tiles, nice paint, nice windows, everything will be looking nice. But brothers and sisters, the old people have a saying, Belfleur, Saint-Laudet, because you do not know what we're going to get. And as soon as we move into that old structure, very soon we have to expand and modernize it, and there's no space. Do you know where they're using right now and they're boasting? The same building that we have, box. That's where they're using, and they're boasting that St. Jude's will be open very soon. So, brothers and sisters, I say that to get to the issue of health in St. Lucia. I was speaking to somebody recently, and he said to me, Usav, on nom sani problem ek madame li. Isani problem l'argent. Isani problem ish. Isani problem jabal. Isani tout qualité problem. Mais Usav, depuis ni yon problem ek santé, c'est un seul problem ini. That is how important your health is. And when you go into a health institution and the environment is not conducive, you will not get better. You will not get better, brothers and sisters. And I have seen in my time while in government and even now in opposition, the number of people who have come to my office seeking assistance for a little help to do a surgery. And there are many people, I am telling you, who have not done very critical interventions because they cannot afford it. A lot of people in this country. And it's a sad situation. And that is why I must applaud the honorable leader of the opposition for ensuring that when we get back in office, every St. Lucian will have that card. That card that you can walk in and say, I am insured. And you know what? They want to question, how are you all going to pay for that? How are you all going to pay for that? You do not want to answer all the questions we asking y'all, but y'all want to ask us, how are we going to pay for that? That's for us to know and for y'all to find out. Because I can tell you, I remember when the Honorable Alan Chastanet said our roads in St. Lucia are critical. Critical. But we cannot just go and borrow big money because how are we going to pay it back? And he put $1.50 on every gallon of gas, which is still being collected today. And that is what is fixing the roads. The same roads that they are now fixing. $1.50. So we are paying for our roads from your contribution. So St. Lucians are playing their own part. Remember that, brothers and sisters. Alan Chastanet, brothers and sisters, every decision that he makes, there's a plan behind it. And I can tell you something, when they say that he comes to cabinet and he just says anything, that is not true. He has had some of the most heated debates with us inside of there. And there are times he have had to say, I give up, I back up, you're all right. So don't listen to them. I'll tell you where they have a dictator is right now in the St. Lucia Labour Party. What he says goes. That's where the dictator is. When they make you believe that is one man that's the prime minister and is another man that's the prime minister, that's where the dictatorship is, brothers and sisters. So, brothers and sisters, they've given me my sign that my time is up. But I want to encourage each and every one of you. The Labour Party best game is to use psychological games on you. Psychological warfare. And they will tell you, think of your future. Think of the state of our country at this point in time. Think of where we can go, particularly in the south of the island, under a united workers' party, brothers and sisters. Think for your children, think for yourself, think for St. Lucia, and vote the United Workers' Party. I thank you very much.
For all those times you stood by me, for all the truth that you made me see, for all the joy you brought to my life.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is why the people of Soisel Saltibus will put the X for flex. I want to acknowledge a friend who came all the way from England and is here with us, Clint of Cool Vibes Radio. Take a bow. This is a man who promotes us in the diaspora. Now, you know, I have to say it. I saw Jeremiah and Ernest. Finally, somebody in the SLP decided to say something about the crime wave that we have in this country. People, we don't even talk about crime anymore. We don't talk about murders in this country anymore because it seems so normal. But do you all realize that in the last 2 weeks, we had at least a dozen murders in this country? And do you all realize that at least half of that took place in the south? That is the kind of country that the St. Lucia Labour Party is presiding over. That is the kind of country that they are governing for us. Now, you know, even Kenny Anthony complained that under the Pierre administration, Viewfort is being neglected. I suspect a little more than is being neglected when he was there. And this butcher guy has no reason to think that he cannot just step in, get your vote, win the seat, and continue to neglect Viewfort because people in the south will vote for St. Lucia Labour Party anyway. This is the time for you to take a stand. It is your job to tell them enough is enough. The time has come when that must stop. And ladies and gentlemen, while we're talking about that, I just saw someone arrive. The next parliamentary representative for the constituency of Babono just walked in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge Titus Preville. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to the podium one of the deputy political leaders of this United Workers' Party. I keep praising him for the wonderful, remarkable job he did as chairman during COVID. You know, when he chaired the, the command center, what we are suggesting that they do to deal with the crime situation, a similar concept. We know how to do it. And if they don't understand how it is done, they can talk to Dominic Fede. Because this is a man, apart from presiding over the command center and doing a damn good job, he gave us remarkable representation as Minister of Tourism, and at the same time gave the people of ancillary countries remarkable representation as parliamentary representative. Not like the guys who cannot multitask, and they say to you they were in the Prime Minister's office negotiating, and that is why the people of ancillary countries has not seen them for the last 4 years. Well, you know what? He's trying to show up now. He's on every show and he's everywhere. But the response to him is too little, too late. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when I call on this gentleman, I am calling on the individual that the people of ancillary countries are going to bring back as their parliamentary representative. Please welcome Dominic Fady, Deputy Political Leader and endorsed candidate for ancillary countries.
On the way. Back in 2016, they try and bring victory. But now in 2021, they say G-Rat winning. But let me tell you who does the right man for Canaway. Jack Mel, Millet, and the whole of Ansare. F-E-D-E-E. Fede is the man for we. F-E-D-E-E.
Hello, 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 hello. Good night. Good night to the people of Grace. Good night to the people of the United Workers' Party. Help me recognize the political leader and the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Honorable Alan Chastanet is in the house. And help me recognize the quarry boss himself, who's somewhere around and who will be speaking later. Y'all don't know who the quarry boss is? You don't know who the quarry boss is? Well, I am here to back the quarry boss tonight. I think if I was Musa and I was looking at this meeting, I would be getting a migraine tonight. There are so many people here from Grace. There are so many people from all over Viewfort North. There are so many people that are here from nearby constituencies to give support to the quarry boss. Now I saw the quarry boss building a field. And I said to myself, wow, Musa must have been taking too long to come. So Musa took too long to come with the field. And the quarry boss says, look, this is how you do it. You don't have to wait until you get into government. You don't have to wait until you have taxpayers' money. You don't have to wait until you have a budgetary allocation. If you want something done, you get it done. And that is the spirit of the United Workers' Party. That is the spirit of the quarry boss. That is the spirit of the man Kakal that we are here to support tonight. And that same spirit is what we will collectively bring to transform the South, to transform Viewfort North, and to transform St. Lucia. We are giving you a quality man. We're giving you a man of energy, a man of vision, and a man who has lit the entire St. Lucia political landscape afire. Now this week, you would have seen that I have been somewhat of a superstar in the memes of the Labour Party. You've seen the memes, okay? You know, the Labour Party, they're so desperate that if you make a little mistake, they try to make that the headlines. But I want to say to them tonight that mistakes don't change the facts of life. And the facts of life is that Virginia Albert, Cooey, Joachim Henry, Cooey, Gibo Ferdinand, Cooey, Pauline Antoine, Cooey. The people of Chazelle already say X for flex. Kenny Anthony, what happened to him? And Wayne Gerard in ancillary canneries, he too will cooey. So you see, the facts don't change. After the election, the United Workers' Party will register such a great landslide in St. Lucia that your tooth kaikui, all of them will have to run. So don't worry, my brothers and sisters. Balfrini, Yofrini, Yofrini Yako, Yofrini Mradu, Lebafrini. One mistake do not change the facts of life. It's over. Philip J. Perry, I am telling you, it is over. It is over. This election belongs to the people of the United Workers' Party and to the people of St. Lucia. A mistake cannot change the facts of life. So friends, we're marching on to the victory line. Now, they have been saying to people that the mood somehow is red. But I want to say to them that the mood is not red, the mood is dread. And the mood is dread because we continue to see that crime is gripping our country by the balls. Crime is threatening to dismantle everything that we face as a country. We see young men this week, more young men in their numbers falling to the prey of gun violence, being killed senselessly, laying in their own bloods in all parts of our country. We see mothers go to funerals and cry over coffins and caskets, trying their best to see how they can somehow ease the pain of the young men that have died. We see children are left without fathers. And if all of this is happening, the mood is dread. When a police dog dies and no one knows how the dog dies, the mood is dread. When evidence disappears from our exhibit unit, then we know the mood is dread. When families wait for justice in vain for decades, then we know the mood is dread. When court cases after court cases stay unsolved, many murders and different circumstances are left unsolved, then we know the mood is dread. The Labour Party has simply put their hands up. They have come and they have said that they have given more police officers, that they have bought jet skis for the police, that they have bought new vehicles, and they have given resources. But as they give more resources, and as they do all of that, we continue to see that the crime situation in the country continue to get worse and worse and worse. And so if what they are doing is not working, then what we need to do is this election, we have to do what my friend in Micoud North has suggested. Labour must go, they will go, they have to go. And the only way the crime will go is when the Labour Party goes. And the only way the senseless killing will go is when the Labour Party goes. We have to make sure that we get our government that has the ideas to solve the crime situation. Under United Workers' Party government, as one of the 7 plans that we have already outlined to the people of St. Lucia, we have said that we will maintain and strengthen the K9 unit, making sure that no price is too much for a K9 unit, making sure that we have policies in place to intercept the guns from coming in. That will also include a command center for crime to bring together all the agencies of the civil service to work in a multi-pronged approach towards the solving of the crime situation of the country. We must make sure as well that we put the Border Control Agency in place so that the immigration and customs and quarantine and the Marine Police, that all of these agencies will work together to intercept the guns from coming into our country and to give our police less work to do. You see, when the guns come to St. Lucia, it is too late for us to solve crime. once the guns enter illegally through the porous borders of our country, it then becomes very difficult for us to do much more from then. So what we have to do is to make sure that we elect a government with ideas, elect a government that can change this situation. And that government is none other than the United Workers' Party, led by Alan Chastanet and a group of talented men that will transform this situation. So friends, we must take inspiration from what has happened in Jamaica. In Jamaica, where they have struggled with crime for many, many decades, they have reported this year that crime is on the decline by a whopping 43%, almost half of the crime. And what did they do? They didn't just give the police resources. They didn't say that my father is a policeman and I am not. They didn't say that we're not going to institute state of emergencies. They didn't say that it is only their responsibility to give resources and to pass legislation in the parliament. The Jamaica government took the bull by the horns. They were brave, they were courageous, and they took the criminals head on, and they went and they set the tone from day one that there will be zero tolerance for crime in their government. And the only party in St. Lucia that can replicate that is the United Workers' Party, led by Alan Chastanet and a group of talented young men. So there is hope, my friends, that we can come from being the crime capital of the OECS to one of the most successful countries in solving the crime situation. Don't despair. There is hope. We can make this happen. The Philip J. Perry administration clearly has no answers. They clearly have put their hands up. They clearly has said that the ship is sinking, and we need to put a new captain to take the ship into the safe harbor of peace, of prosperity, of promise, and opportunity for the young men of our ghettos and other parts of our country that are crime-riddled. And so therefore, the work must be done in our social programs and in our economic planning to make sure that there is, as much as possible, an equitable allocation of resources to the young people of this country who sometimes may require opportunity a little faster than we can give. And in order to end the frustration, in order to end the way that they feel about the current circumstances, we must make sure that we have as equitable as possible the allocation of resources to the young people of this country. So a $5 voucher is not the answer. A tank of gas is not the answer. $5 can block a hole is not the answer. We need to replace that short-sighted mentality with a mentality of big vision, of a comprehensive plan led by Alan Chastanet, a man who has shown us time and time again, whether if it's economic planning, whether if it is reducing cost of living, whether if it is to improve healthcare, that he has got the vision, he has got the leadership, he has got the exposure, and he has got the capacity to lead St. Lucia out of its darkest days. My brothers in St. Lucia's, I thank you so much. May God bless you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was our deputy political leader and next parliamentary representative for Ancillary Canries, Senator Dominic Fede. You know, they try to make fun of Dominic and say he can speak Creole. He said, Yogi pa go pon Creole la Dominic pale ba yo, na explain ba yo encore. Prechale bak a jwen se jou sa la, tout se boug la tout di. Ek le yo we man ye se flambo a ka desan, yo kouman se koui. So sou tout di, ek ou ka koui, ou kou di. Ladies and gentlemen, there is history in the making in the South. And once and for all, I know our Prime Minister will be well pleased to have all those men and women flanking him in the House from the South. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the constituency of Viewfort North. I have a message for the current parliamentary representative. Sir, you have overstayed your welcome. You have been on a long leave. Now it is time to retire. Please leave the scene and enter the new parliamentary representative for Viewfort North, the man, Callix, Kakal, Xavier, the man who not on any...
Viewfort North, from neglect to progress. Vote Kakal. Just imagine, Viewfort North on fire, Kakal taking over, Kakal beating Musa. The people want Kakal, the people want Kakal. Who the people want? Who the people want? Who the people want? Who the people want? 20 years Viewfort North suffering, Musa there doing nothing. Kakal is coming to make a change. Who they want? The people want Kakal, the people want Kakal. Who the people want? Who the people want? Raise your hand if you're tired of crying. Raise your hand if you want better living. For your children's future, you vote these people.
Mamai Flobo. Mamai Viewfort North. Look at people. I hope the cameras outside too. I hope the cameras are outside too. I hope it took the traffic congestion. I hope it took the hundreds and maybe thousands of persons here tonight. I didn't expect that, but it is a clear indication that the movement is happening. There is an undercurrent. There is an undercurrent. Mamai Viewfort North. I am here to tell you that they lie. They cheat. They deceive. But tonight, we will expose the truth. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Bonsoir. Fouet excès. Good evening to our supporters online. And a very special greeting to our members in the diaspora. Joella, I know you're watching. Tonight, I do not speak only of the challenges of my constituency. I speak about the soul of our very nation, which, as I speak, is bleeding. They call the mood red. And we all see what's happening now. It happened in Vieux Fort. It happened in Dennery. The mood got red. Our soils turned red. They must be careful what they call for. Tonight, I want to speak of the challenges of my constituency. The challenges of unemployment, broken roads, lack of opportunities. And these are the very same struggles that everybody is facing in most of our constituencies. And the solutions that the UWP put in place will light the path for the entire nation. We all know Mr. Alan Chastanet is a visionary leader. He has vision. Let me hear you. He has unlike Philip J. Pierre, unlike our current Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, he needs supervision. Let me hear you, supervision. Thank you very much. And I think he's getting it, but not right supervision at all. Tonight, the people of Viewfort North, I want to expose some bluffs, some promises, and some lies to you. And by extension, St. Lucia. I want to let you know that not everything you see the Labour Party show on social media is the truth. When I joined the force, the police force that is, in 1997, I did sign a contract to work for 20 years minimum, and I was entitled to a pension. 27 years, I was entitled to a pension, but it would be the maximum. In 2003, the SLP administration, under the leadership of Dr. Kenny Anthony, abolished that pension plan for police officers, fire officers, and also correctional officers. He took everyone who joined after 2003 and sent them to the NIC. So that means they would not be receiving a gratuity, but they would be receiving a pension after 65 years. Can you imagine a 65-year-old police officer arresting a vibrant, young criminal? Can you imagine a 65-year-old fire officer running out of a burning house or also carrying the hose on their back? Can you also imagine a correctional officer trying to close the jail cell of a young prisoner? That was what was offered to the police officers, the fire officers, and also the correctional officers. But I thought Philip J. Pierre knew his history. A couple of months back, he came back and he's telling the very same police officers that I will give you a better deal and bring down the pension to 60 years. Not even 55. So I want the officers to remember Philip J. Pierre and the SLP were the very same ones who brought it up to 65 in 2003. And now they're offering you 5 more years less for your pension. And I want you to acknowledge police officers are not the normal day-to-day workers. They work the night shift. They go under a lot of stress. Without a counselor, they go through a lot. The second lie I will expose is the lie that I see
Jeremiah, and Philip J.P.S. spewing out of their mouths every day. The bulletproof vest that they speak about was never an initiative of Philip J.P.S. or Jeremiah. It was an initiative of the PWA. And let me tell you how that came about. The PWA negotiated with the government for a high-risk allowance. High risk is police officers coming to work, and their job is a little more dangerous than any other job because, you know, we get shot at. So much is happening now. So they were negotiating for a high-risk allowance. And then, when they calculated the high-risk allowance, they noticed that it would be too expensive to pay the police officers a high-risk allowance. So the PWA at the time said to them, okay, if you could provide every police officer with a bulletproof vest, the Police Welfare Association, said to them, if you can give us a bulletproof vest for every police officer should have a bulletproof vest, we will accept and forego the high-risk allowance. So in Article 33.1c of the collective agreement, this is how the bulletproof vest that they speak about. But can you know, let me tell you, to this day, not every police officer have a bulletproof vest. They share bulletproof vests at the police stations. Can you believe the outside coating of a bulletproof vest is cloth? They sweat in it, and they have to put it in the sun to dry, and the next police officer would come back and wear it. That's what it is. That is what it is. So the Police Welfare Association recognized that they could get sick. There is hepatitis B, so many other diseases. And for police officers to share bulletproof vests, that's not right. To share bulletproof vests is not right. So I want Jeremiah, and also Philippe J.P.S. to stop spreading lies and propagandas. But for every police officer who's listening tonight, I want to bring to your attention that the police insurance that you all negotiated under the leadership of Alan Chastanet in 2018 is now going under. You all might lose that policy. In 2018, officers got a personal accident plan covering accidents, dismemberment, and medical bills, even death. As we speak today, the government is in arrears of 6 months. A total of $553,000 is owed to Najiko. A total of $553,000 is owed to Najiko. So I want the police officers to know that when they go out there to perform their duties, they go out there uninsured because the Labour Party don't value your life. The policy was up for renewal in June.
So, before the government paid, they said, we want to carry a manpower audit to find out how many police officers on it so you could do the adjustments. But they did not carry a manpower audit to go to Japan. They did not carry a manpower audit to spend $257 million on the old St. Jude's. They did not carry a manpower audit at Galaxy Resort. And I want the people of Viewfort North to know that Galaxy is on your soil. And you have nothing to show for it. Anye Moussa touché Kamo. Let me hear you. Anye Moussa touché Kamo. Il touché femme. Yo. Il touché femme. Yo. Il touché St. Jude's. I. Nou ka bay la yon fish to ipui. Yes, so I have exposed free lies, bluffs, and failures of the St. Lucia Labour Party. But we have so much lies, secret lies and propaganda to expose. It will take us until tomorrow morning to tell you all of it. Okay, I am doing some facts check here. And the people of Viewfort North, I want you to know something that you may just take for granted and you don't know. All major infrastructure in Viewfort North was constructed under the United Workers' Party administration. I repeat, all major infrastructure in Viewfort North was constructed under the United Workers' Party administration. Viewfort North, do you know that the Bellevue Human Resource Center was constructed under the administration of the... I just want you to say UWP. Do you know that the Bellevue and Grace Health Centers were constructed under the administration of the... Do you know that the Grace and Piero playing fields were constructed under the administration of the... Do you know that the Grace Piero Bellevue schools were constructed under the administration of the... Do you know that all road networks in Viewfort North were constructed under the administration of the United Workers? Thank you very much. The Grace Community Center, that's where we are there, was constructed by the... And the Grace Bellevue Water Treatment Plant was constructed by the... Mwen vle mande zo sa SLP ja fe by zo. Okay. Viewfort North. When I heard my visionary leader, Mr. Alan Chastanet, speaking of the SOS, save our St. Lucia. Tell them what SOS means. Save our St. Lucia. When he spoke of it in Micoud, I knew for sure that I had won the Viewfort North seat. Because these 7 points, These 7 points took care of all the issues that we have in Viewfort North. And I said to myself, that was 7 from heaven. Let me hear you say 7 from heaven. 7 from heaven. Thank you. I want to just mention a friend of mine here tonight, Mr. Gistav. Mr. Gistav. I was by a funeral yesterday. My condolences go out to the King family. I was by a funeral yesterday, and a Labour Party hack wanted to take me on. Just so. So I sat among 7 men, and I thought that it looked like I was a little outnumbered. But the 3 persons on the side, the other 3 on the side looking at him. And Mr. Gistav stand up and tell him, Gassa, Jean Kotoye, est-ce que vous connaissez ça qu'a fait Viewfort North? Est-ce que vous savez ça qu'a fait Viewfort North? Gassa, from début temps où Philippe Xavier accepté vieux l'hôpital ça là, on va tuer l'hôpital ça pour bon moins care, health care. Moi je dis c'est sans beaucoup fou. And it went on. I almost separated the fight at the end. It became 6 against 1. He ran away, but I'll tell you something. Gistav is an intelligent man, you know. Pas vini parler bêtises about Gistav, because he's a farmer. Ou quoi il pas accepter pensionnant. Pensionnant. Alan Chastanet, Kabanou, en Viewfort North, by pharmacie. Est-ce ou quoi Gistav Couillon? Idiot. Healthcare. $975,000. Man pour faire barbecue, man pour passer que chop papier. Commander moun faire donation. Si moun pour faire l'opération. Ou quoi il couillon, il pas couillon. Il explain bali pour qui ça, il ni pour vote United Workers Party avec Alan Chastanet, avec Thier Philippe Xavier out of office. C'est pas ça tout seul, Jean Viewfort North. The removal of the dredging fee. For so many years, we paid 10% of our water bill for the John Compton dredging project. Et nous pas qu'à glow from John Compton Dam. Nous pas qu'à from là. Glow nous qu'a sorti en Guas et qu'a sorti belle vie. Pour qui ça qu'a fait nous payer ça? OK. Moi d'accord avec ça. John Compton qui ban nous glow mais c'est pas from Damsal là. John Compton qui ban nous tout glow en Viewfort North mais pas from Rosodam là. So the removal of the dredging fee will put more monies in our pockets. The pension to the farmers will put more monies in our pockets. The farmers' pockets. And also when they go out and spend money in the supermarket, the same monies that they receive, you know, it's a rippling effect. Everybody will benefit. The health care that you struggle so hard to pay as farmers. And you know what really touched me? When I heard a Labour Party supporter said, farmer qui pa paye NIC, ka hen la ansot NIC. I stopped him right away and I told him, toute infrastructure qui fait cette ici, c'est tant farmer te ka fait l'argent et ka paye taxe. So, ou ni pou paye bouchou, monsieur. Nous ni pou bay farmer pays ça là. Pli maye traitement. Nous ni pou bay yo pli maye traitement. Nous pas kay fè yo comme ça pour faire yo quitter figue avec acide bochimé. Because toute figue yo, toute pièce figue yo mort. Yo pas une pièce qualité assistant qu'on farmer, qu'on pêchait. Yo pas rien ça. Celle ça il a fait c'est battre tambour. Et où ça qu'on a battre tambour? Oui, où ça qu'on a battre tambour? One of the most crucial points of the SOS 7-point plan is the removal of the 2.5 health and security levy that was placed on the backs of already struggling St. Lucians. Nous voulons ça sortir. And as soon as the UWP takes office, this will be addressed. It will be addressed. I want to move on to the benefits. Monsieur. Où ça mon papier qu'a dit moi wrap up là monsieur. Ouvrez dis-moi Zavini Viewfort North. Moi qui rap Viewfort North là ils ont dit moi wrap up. Okay, let me continue. My achievements in Viewfort North. I heard my colleague Dominic Ferre spoke of it, but I'll repeat. Musa took too long to come because Massa Cité Bellevue Côté Kedu. But I want him to know that my pen is mightier than the sword. And every time he comes in the House of Parliament and he blah, blah, blahs, that I have a plan for him. I will start work in Viewfort North, even if I'm not yet in office. With the support of our visionary leader, I have started a sporting facility for the Grace Combined School. Can you believe that land was donated to the Grace Combined School for over 15 years? And Musa did nothing to assist the children of the Grace Combined School who are now at the bottom of the ladder as it comes to athletics. You can't souffre because they have to walk approximately 2 miles down this dusty road without sidewalks to train when athletics season comes on. My people, in the hot sun, these young children have to endure going down to that field. I never posted on Facebook like they usually do. I did a back to school drive with haircuts, and also we combed the hair of several young ladies to return to the schools. We also provided supplies to the parents in the Opicon, Grace, Bellevue, and Vieux areas. We have also embarked on a Walaba, which is happening on Sunday the 28th day. It is between Bradley Felix and Kakal. I have my 11 soldiers and Bradley coming if it's 11 soldiers. But the excitement just began. Lady Lee coming with some women in high heels. And Laura coming with some women in high heels. Walaba in high heels. On the 28th. Yes, this Sunday coming. 28th of September, 2025. As I speak, this is action, not promises. A plan to empower our youth, support our farmers, to bring pride to the Viewfort North constituency. Together we will make this vision real, bring Viewfort North from neglect to progress. Viewfort North, the choice is clear. Do we continue with these broken promises, lies and neglect, or do we choose action and progress? With the SOS plan and Kakal at the helm, we will deliver and restore pride to our communities. A time for change is now. It is clear Viewfort North and Labour is a bad combination. They like water and oil, yo paka mix. Stand with us, vote for progress, and together we will right the wrong. Vote UWP, Viewfort North will shine. I thank you, everyone.
Kakal. Just imagine, Viewfort North on fire, Kakal taking over. Kakal beating Musa, the people want Kakal, the people want Kakal. Who the people want? Who the people want? Who the people want? Who the people want? 20 years before not suffering, Musa there.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is what the people want in Viewfort North. You know, to make it happen, you need a complete team, you need a great team. And of course, you know, I remember back in the days when the West Indies cricket team was king. They had great players, but they also had a great captain, Clive Lloyd. To make it happen, there must be good leadership. And the reason why our country is in such a mess today is because of the kind of leadership that we have in this country now. As I told you, crime is on the rampage in this country. And all your Prime Minister can tell you is that he is not a police. I have asked the Prime Minister on several occasions, I'm asking him again. In the last 2 weeks, we had about a dozen murders. Fire the Minister of National Security because he is not doing his job. And ladies and gentlemen, I realize he's not listening to me. So I'm making the appeal to you. If the Prime Minister is not firing the Minister of National Security, when they ring the bell, I implore you to fire the Prime Minister of this country. Send him and his Labour Party packing. And I will not ask you. I'm not the kind of person who destroys anything if I cannot replace it with better. So if I ask you to get rid of your Prime Minister, it's because I have something better in stock for you. So ladies and gentlemen, a man with plans, a man with vision, a man with a proven track record, ladies and gentlemen, a man who commands the respect of the region and the international community. Put your hands together. Welcome your next Prime Minister, the man, Alan Michael Chastanet, who will bring back progress and development to your country, St. Lucia.
Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers. Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers. 'Cause a man can say, he'll turn your night into day. And a man can say, he'll take your sufferings away. And a man can say, he'll roll your dark.
Good night, good night, good night. To all of you who are here in the room, to the hundreds of you who are outside enjoying the show, and to all the persons watching here in St. Lucia, and more very importantly, all the persons who are in the diaspora, I greet you. Good evening to all of you. I want to recognize and thank all of the candidates who are here tonight, Lady Lee, Chico, Bradley, Titus, Stephen, Guy, Dominic, Laura, Ben, and my very good friend Elijah, who are all here this evening tonight. Before I begin tonight, I think it would be very appropriate that we take a moment of silence for all the persons who have lost their lives recently and over the last couple of years. And in particular, to all the families who have lost loved ones, to all the people who are in the communities who are still traumatized over what has taken place, to all the emergency workers and the police officers, the nurses, the doctors who've attended all of the patients who have come in under very dire straits. I want to take a moment of silence in recognition of them, and hopefully we can give some prayers and support to all the persons that have been left behind. Amen. Tonight, I want to speak about something that's very important. I have, over the last couple of weeks, asked St. Lucians to ask themselves a very simple question. What do you want? What do you want? And it's very important. It's important because you're dealing with your life now, and you're dealing with your life in the future, but very importantly, you're dealing with your parents' lives, and you're dealing with your children's lives. So it's a simple question, but one that is worth us taking time and sitting and asking ourselves, what do we want? Because it's when we know what we want, then we'll know whether we're getting what we want, and whether we're in fact achieving or on a road to progress. Because the road and the journey begins with that first step. Because that first step, you have to decide which direction you want to go in. Are you going to step right? Are you going to step left? Are you going to walk straight? Are you going to turn around? Now, once you've decided where you want to go, I've said repeatedly, and I believe it's true, that it's the United Workers' Party that has delivered the most for what the people in this country not only want, but what they need. I'm convinced of that. We can go through whether it's education, healthcare, national security, roads, development, progress, jobs, and how you are faring. I have no fear in that. But there's something that's been troubling me, and I think it should be troubling all of us in St. Lucia. And that is, who do we want to govern us? And what are the qualities that people are required to have to earn our trust to govern us? Think of that for a moment. What are the characteristics that a person is supposed to have
to be able to govern us. The first thing, then when we ask people, everybody is quick to say they must have integrity. But do we all know what integrity is? Or is it a word that we've heard that sounds good? And yes, we say we want that person to have integrity, but do we judge that person every day to determine whether they have integrity or not? Integrity, the definition, is living by strong moral principles and values consistently. Not sometimes, not when you want, but consistently you must have strong moral principles. The vast majority of people in St. Lucia have had a Christian influence. I know that you know what good moral principles are. Here's what it also says about integrity. That you are going to maintain those strong moral principles. Listen to this. Even when people are not watching. Why is that so important? Because when you elect a politician, the vast majority of time, you don't know what they are doing. They're living in offices, they're traveling, they're doing all these different things. And so in order for you to believe what they're doing is right, they must have integrity. And it is even more important because it's not that politicians want to hide, but the reality of their job is they're not going to be in front of you every day. And you are giving them what we call the discretion to make decisions when you're not there, to make decisions in your best interest. But a critical part of integrity is people who maintain high moral principles even when they're not being watched. One of the most important moral principles that people must have is they must be able to tell you the truth. I would say to you, it is the core moral principle. The ability to tell the truth. When a person lies, is they deliberately tell an untruth to deceive others. Intentionally making a false statement to mislead people. Think of that. We hear a lie. We just say it's a lie. But there's an intention behind a lie. A person doesn't just lie. A person with high moral principles is not fearful in telling the truth and knows the difference between right and wrong. The right thing to do is to tell the truth. The wrong thing to do is to lie. So let's make the connection. You, the people, not just in St. Lucia, around the world have said that the most important thing for a politician to have is integrity. And we now understand integrity is a person who has high moral principles consistently. And even when people don't know what they're doing, they are to maintain those high moral principles. In fact, even more important that they do. Why do people lie? People lie for self-service, to help themselves. You got a piece of food, you get back in line. They ask you, did you get some? You said, no. Why? Because you want more. Even if you're hungry, you lied to get more food. You lie to gain control. You lie because it's convenient for you at the time, because you don't want to have to confront the truth. And in order for you to win your argument, you lie to control the situation. You lie because you want to avoid punishment. So when you did something that was wrong, and they call you out on it, and you lie and you say, I never did it. When Ernest Hilaire said he never pushed the young lady, doesn't know what she's talking about. The video came out and showed him pushing her. And then he lied again. Well, all she had to do was ask me for an apology, and I would have given it to her. That is when you lie to avoid a punishment. Because when you are being alleged to have done something, and you don't want to face the consequences of your action, you lie. And some people are going to believe you. And people lie to maintain their self-image. They don't want you to think badly of them, and particularly politicians. So sometimes even when you've done something wrong, some people it's just better to lie. Because if they allow the truth to come out, you're going to think of them differently. When people are charged with rape, and they pay off the woman, or they make life miserable for the woman who is laying the charges against them, and the charges go away, doesn't take away from the fact that somebody believed that they were raped. So I bring this up, and let me repeat it again. Integrity is the need to have high moral principles consistently. And in particular, when people don't see what you're doing. Very important. And I would put it to you that anybody who has lied deliberately to the people, whether it is to evade punishment, whether it's to maintain their self-esteem or their self-image, or to gain control, that they have broken the core principle of integrity. And if they've broken the core principle of integrity, then means that whenever they're doing business for us behind the closed door, we cannot trust them. We cannot trust them. And there is no second chance. There's no taking any risk with people that cannot do that because they are working often without your knowledge. And if you know what you want for your parents, if you know what you want for yourself, if you know what you want for your children, and you're going to give millions of dollars to the politicians to make decisions for you, and the person has lied to you, which means that they cannot be trusted, there is no integrity, then you cannot vote for them. You can't. And one of the speakers that came up, he got the message half right. What I said, continuing to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. And we must ask ourselves, if in fact we hold integrity as the highest value to be a politician, and if the politicians are blatantly lying in front of us, and we continue to vote for them, that is the same thing as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It doesn't mean that every politician is going to say everything accurately. So if a person mispronounces a word, gets a number wrong, but a lie is the deliberate intention to deceive. There's a big difference. And we are all intelligent enough to know the difference that when a person is lying to deceive. But when, because we support one party or another party, we're prepared to accept lies and turn a blind eye because it's somebody in our party, then as a society, we're going to be in trouble. Depriving people of the right information will always result negatively. Anybody who gives you false information and you use that information to make a decision, your decision is flawed from the beginning, and you're in trouble. So, in the last election, as an example, the Labour Party said they were going to increase the threshold for non-taxable income to $4,000. So anybody making $4,000 or less would not have to pay any income tax. And the civil servants in particular fell for that. Fantastic, I'm going to get more money. And they jumped all over that. We said in our manifesto that we would raise the threshold to $2,400. Labour Party today has only changed the threshold to $2,400. And all the people who went out and voted for the Labour Party based on the $4,000, because that was the information that was given to them, they were lied to, and today they're in trouble. Because they were expecting to get this money. And especially when the Labour Party won, there was this rejoice. The Labour Party has proven multiple times that they cannot run the country, that they're not working in the best interest of the people of this country. And what they're going to do is put politics always before people. They're always going to protect the victory. And we have found ourselves now in a situation in St. Lucia where the cost of living has gone out of control. And it's simple. Taxes have gone up. No new jobs have been created. And the cost of goods were already going up, and the government added more taxes on them. So the money that the government got came from your pocket. That's where it came from. It didn't come from outside St. Lucia, you know. Every time you were buying gas, every time you paid a higher bus fare, every time that you paid the higher price for bread, every time you went to the grocery store, every time you paid an electricity bill, all of those things had taxes on them with the 2.5% that they added. So that money was coming from you. We promised you with our 5 for 5 that we would introduce health care insurance. They came in and said, no, universal health care. They're going to give you free health care. Where is it? Where is it? Even the elderly and the mothers who were told that they would get these things for free, they go to the hospitals time after time to be denied. And when you, the Flabos, put pressure on the government came out to say, oh, didn't we tell you? It doesn't apply at the hospitals, it only applies when you go to the healthcare centers. That's a lie. It was a lie to protect themselves from being embarrassed. When the Labour Party told you the 2.5% levy, they didn't call it VAT, but it's VAT. They called it a levy for health and security and told all of us to make a sacrifice. And then we found out that it was not going to health, it was not going to security because the budget for health and security went down, not up. And then we found out that the levy was for a loan. That's a lie. But United Workers' Party, with our SOS program, is going to introduce the healthcare insurance so y'all don't have to suffer the way you're suffering. And the insurance program will raise over $100 million a year that will go into a dedicated fund only to be used to pay the healthcare centers and the hospitals for the services that you're getting. Because government will continue to pay the salaries of the doctors and nurses. Government will continue to pay the utilities and pay for the capital cost. So it is just the medicine and the equipment that they need to provide healthcare services to all of us. That is what's going to be put there. That's what the money is going to cover. And the $100 million will be every year, it will be replenished. And hopefully, with the plans of United Workers' Party, which is to make sure that the wage rates of people in this country are going to rise, that we now can put more money into the healthcare insurance program to make sure things like cancer and other ailments that we now have to travel abroad for, that we'll be able to get those services right here in St. Lucia. To reduce the cost of living, we're going to take off the dredging fee in the people in the South. To reduce the cost of living, within the first 30 days, we will remove the 2.5% levy off the backs of the people of this country. And we did it once before, we're going to do it again. And before our term is finished, we will bring the VAT down to 10% in this country and make it fair. To help with the cost of living, the farmers that did not get their pensions, we're going to make sure that they get their pensions. And the farmers that have died within the last 5 years, we're going to give their families a one-time subvention to be able to help them during these difficult times. So, healthcare, insurance, opening up St. Jude's, continuing to fix up the healthcare centers, continuing to train our nurses and doctors, continuing to get the best support for them so they could be the best at what they do to our benefit. Cost of living, we're going to help reduce. Now here's the important one, because I've been listening for the last week at what people are saying. And again, remember what I said. If you continue to do the same thing over and over, you cannot, and you continue to expect something different, that's insanity. The Labour Party, that's what they're practicing when it comes to crime fighting in St. Lucia. They continue to believe that buying cars, fixing up buildings are going to resolve the problems of this country. They're not. There has to be a commitment to fight crime. And it's to understand the basic thing of crime in this country. So when they talked about we had 40 murders during our administration, and I think one year it went to 60. Half of those murders were domestic. Husband and wives, brothers and sisters, brothers and brothers, cousins, fighting each other. That's very difficult to overcome. That's the morality of our society, and it's about teaching people conflict resolution. But a contributing factor to that is alcohol. And that's something that we have to confront in this country. But the issue with young men shooting each other, which is gang related, is something completely different and requires a different solution. The first solution, everybody knows it. Reduce the number of guns that are coming into St. Lucia. And the reality is that the majority of guns are coming in right under our very eyes, meaning they're coming in barrels and containers. So bringing canine dogs in and bringing proper scanners in at the port is the first step. But this government does everything to prevent the canine dogs from doing their jobs, or preventing the scanners from doing what they're supposed to do, because they pour water on it and the dog gets killed. How is it that we had our dogs here for so long and nothing happened to the dogs? Because we were committed to fighting crime. So border control is taking customs, taking immigration, taking the quarantine, and taking the Marine police and putting them as one unit, speaking to each other with one job: protect our borders. And it is the intention of our government to create now a defense force for St. Lucia. And the defense force is going to be upgrading the boats that currently the Coast Guard has, the Marine Police, to proper boats that can go out for 3 and 4 days. The intention is to use drones to be able to oversee our borders. The intention is to get the scanner that was working, the radar system that was working, get that working again. There will be a no tolerance to anybody coming into our borders illegally and bringing in guns. We will have a war against those persons. Once we have done that, because there's no point going and confiscating guns today in St. Lucia. Young people tell you, I can buy a gun faster than I can get Kentucky Fried Chicken. because there's so many guns. So you have to stop the guns from coming in. And you have to be committed to doing that, and you have to make the resources available to do that. The next thing is, we must take control of our roads. The criminals today don't like to walk, you know. They're driving. And very often, what are they driving? Cars that they've stolen, change the license plates. That is why we must enforce traffic management in our country. And in order to do that, we have to equip our police officers with the necessary equipment to do that. When you're going to send the policeman out, and I see them holding a big thing in their arm, you know what that's for? Tickets. They don't even know who they're issuing the ticket to. They don't have a system to know if that car is registered, if that's the right license plate. We have to put, and when we talk about digitizing the government and e-government that we were creating, was to put that information so a police officer can have an iPhone and he can plug in the license plate and immediately he knows who that person is. When they go and get the person's driver's license, they know who that person is. And another simple thing, we see it ourselves. There's a roadblock. And a person is driving down the road and they see the police roadblock. What do? If they have bad intentions, they turn around. So we need to have a drone that's overseeing them, and when they move, we follow them. We have to be smarter than the criminals. Too many court cases, too many of the same people are being brought into the courts time and time again and are getting off because the evidence was contaminated or moved. That must stop. And that is why we're going to create a crime scene investigation unit at the forensic lab. That they will come and get the evidence, and the evidence will be kept separately, and the prosecution of them will be done separately. But if these things are happening time and time again, and you don't do anything about them, then that is insanity. Because insanity is what? Continuing to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So the plan that we have is different. And I can say this, the plan that we have will work a lot better than the one that they have, because the one they have is not working. So if it's not working, vote them out. Time for them to go. We must combine integrity. So our police officers must go through lie detection, polygraphing. Not sometime, all the time. Civil servants, I'm putting you all on notice too. Civil servants that have been given huge amount of power and discretionary authority. You too must be polygraphed. People must be held to a higher standard in this country to make sure that what we put in there, when they're making decisions, when you can't see them, that they're doing it the right way. Because believing that they have integrity, and when they lie to us once and they lie to us twice and we forgive them, there can be no forgiveness. Once you are put into a position of authority and you've been held to a higher standard, you should have no difficulty in being polygraphed. You should not see that as a bad thing. In fact, all the good people will welcome it because they know they passed the polygraph test and say, I am a person of integrity. And so when I make a decision, you know it's being made in the best interest of everyone in this country. But the United Workers' Party and the new administration that we have, the men and women that we have, are people of integrity. And it's not going to be Alan Chastanet who's going to have to hold anyone accountable. We are all accountable to each other. And if somebody breaches that, we will all stand up and say, you have to go. The ministers must be polygraphed as well. Anybody who is going to be in a position of authority and is going to be given discretionary authorities on behalf of the people of this country. Gone are the days that we continue to trust, because it is it's killing St. Lucia, literally killing St. Lucia. And we all deserve better. So I'm going to end tonight by asking all of you, please, go and sit down and ask yourself, what do I want? And if you want a life where you can afford your own home, if you want a life that when you get sick, that there's somebody to take care of you, if you want a life that you get older, you don't want to put a burden on your family, that there is going to be a healthcare center for elderly people in your community, if you want your children to have an opportunity to live in St. Lucia and to prosper in St. Lucia, if you want a place that you are going to prosper, then I'm asking you, vote for United Workers' Party. Let us have a conviction. Let us have a conviction that we are going to win, and we must win. Conviction, and I got this from Nancy, is that when you're standing in line in the bank, campaign. When you are in the bus, campaign. When you go to the schools, campaign. When you go to church, campaign. Right? And our job is to make sure that everybody understands that the only political party that can deliver what people in St. Lucia want, the only political party that stands on integrity, is United Workers' Party. Thank you.
Them fellas mashing up the whole country. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man them ring the bell. Tell the Bapati ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man them ring the bell. Tell the Bapati ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? You can't take the pressure no more. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? You can't take the pressure no more. From the GP.
What they waiting for? Ring the bell. Mais c'est pas oublier, toute la CIP a yon yon, toute la GPH la yon yon, toute la Galaxy yon yon. When they come, eat them out, drink them out, and vote them out. Because like Pupus told us, Labour must go, Labour will go, and Labour have to go. And we say so. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you before I call on the final speaker that tomorrow Monday will be the first anniversary of Like It Is. So you would remember that after the first 5 candidates were presented on the boulevard, the next day we had Like It Is. And so we ask all of you to tune in, and I want to thank all of you through the year that you have made that program what it is. But remember, on Tuesday, we have press briefing, our weekly press briefing. Please tune in. On Thursday, we have Meet the Opposition, or as our new candidates say, Meet the Government in Waiting. You can join us from 9 o'clock in the morning. And next Sunday, if it is because he cannot hear, we'll go to his backyard to tell him. We're going to Castries East next Sunday. And we're going to let him know that it is time to ring the bell, because enough is enough and we can't take no more. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, they in Castries Southeast launching a loser. You know, it's interesting that the St. Lucia Labour Party has a team of people who cannot even form the second string of UWPs. You see, when the West Indies have a team, then they pick another team, the B team. This is not even a UWP B team, that's a UWP C team. Because Lisa, Jonah, Stefan, all of them have attempted to become officials in the United Workers' Party. Because they could not make the cut, they ran away and went to the St. Lucia Labour Party. I don't want to call the St. Lucia Labour Party the House of Rejects, but it's looking a lot like that. Anyway, we know the result of the election in Castries Southeast, what it is going to be. Castries Southeast has had a representative that the kind of representation they give, if you put all other representatives together, they would not match the representation that Guy Joseph has given to Castries Southeast. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join me in welcoming to the platform the man who is a deputy political leader in the United Workers' Party. He has a track record in Castries Southeast that I know the people of Castries Southeast have regretted the 5 years that they lost under Labour, and they are going to right that wrong come the next election. So ladies and gentlemen, let us call the real guy, the right guy, Guy Joseph, to the podium.
You're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I ever met.
Mamai Flamo! Good night, everyone. I bring you special greetings from Castries Southeast tonight. And I congratulate Viewfort North on hosting a wonderful Sunday Live. Flabo is alive and well in Viewfort North tonight. And we're in the backyard of Musa. We're in an area that Labour has held forever. But that will come to an end with Kakal. Because Labour, your days are numbered. You have been weighed in the balance and you have been found wanting. You know, in the book of Daniel, there is a saying that is mini tikel you fasten, which means you have been weighed in the balance and you have been found wanting. That is what Daniel read to Belshazzar when the handwriting appeared on the wall. Well, there is a handwriting for the St. Lucia Labour Party. And that handwriting is saying that your days of making the people of St. Lucia see misery is coming to an end. Now they're in Castries Southeast tonight, and I know you must be wondering what is going on. I say good night to St. Lucia and good night to the diaspora. Can you imagine a government in office with 15 seats? 15 seats to form the government. You launch in a candidate and you go into the yard of the IRDC. and tell them, I know. They were told they cannot get the IRDC because there were free containers of bananas there that is refrigerated, waiting to be shipped. They were told, use the Bexar playing field. They were warned. They were told, look here, you cannot move the containers of bananas there at this point in time. And a few farmers had some boxes of bananas to bring in today. They said, tell the farmers they cannot sell the bananas today or tomorrow. There are two playing fields side by side in Bexar. There's a playing field in Odsa, maybe about 1,000 yards away from where they were doing the launching. But they went in a little fence area with a big building. They set the stage, and you can see for yourself, and they put the booths to sell all around it, so they can look like they have a big crowd. Now, St. Lucia, you heard the political leader tonight. There is something that we call integrity. You cannot associate the word integrity with the St. Lucia Labour Party and with Philip J. Pierre in particular. They are at loggerheads with each other, integrity and Labour Party under Philip J. Pierre. So, ouvle match flambeau. Ou pahala sa playing field. You said was AI generated crowd that we had. Everybody saw the motorcade. I had 75 vehicles in my motorcade. And I'm putting y'all flambeaus on notice tonight. The next motorcade I'm having, I had no other constituencies in my motorcade. But I'm doing a motorcade that's coming up very soon. I don't want no other constituency to join me. And I intend to get 100 vehicles in that motorcade. Now we'll have a public meeting after. You can come and join the public meeting after. But the motorcade is for Castries Southeast alone. Because I saw them, they were passing with empty buses and empty trucks. Some buses had 2 people and some buses had 3 people. When I did my motorcade, any bus I told them that have less than 10 people, we're not hiring you and we're not paying you. And we check the buses when they arrive, and we check them when they reach cul-de-sac, and we check them before they reach Micoud. And we had over 35 hired buses in our motorcade. Today I heard them say they took everybody. Well, if they took everybody, I am very happy for the everybody that Labour has, because I want flambeaus. Some of you like to panic too quickly. Let us do Labour, kafa akodi se telma mun Labour ni. Badusa. Sean came from the valley with a couple of trucks. They lined up people on the periphery of the truck, the whole inside of the truck empty. And you saw for yourself, some of the people who are there, you didn't enjoy konu, land break marché. Not only that, they were giving money in forest here this morning. And half of the people left the other places and they came up and they said, boss, they're giving something there, we go and collect it already. I want to tell you something tonight. Tell Labour, release the results of the last poll that they got a week and a half ago. The poll of Labour of a week and a half ago shows that the United Workers' Party is winning 13 out of the 17 seats. Bayodus, upatan yo kadiye about sa. Now, if they take another 21 days before they call the election, our tally will increase from 13. It will go up. Because I want you, flabbers, to understand tonight. The first qualification to be an MP for Labour Party is you must be able to lie. You heard our political leaders speak about integrity. First qualification to be a candidate for Labour Party, you must be a good liar. Messieurs, moi hatan mati from Labour pour ces jours ça ou ça. Let me tell you, I have heard lies. You know the calypso that talks about King Liar? Well, Labour has made that calypso look like a papi show. Because I heard a young lady today talk about carrying water from river. You were born the other day. Forrester had pipe borne water from the days of Morocco. Your father had not met your mother yet. Ushayed loa wavin, akilas wavin ushayed loa. You know, and everybody from Forestier knows these are lies. Why would you enter the political arena and come and lie about yourself so much? Let me tell you, there was a pipe literally 50 feet from her house. Meu shahid lo awavin. You know, Philip J. Pierre, I have a simple message for you. Stop embarrassing us in St. Lucia. Just call the election. Because you and your team, you know, I heard Philip J. Pierre say, he want to thank Joachim because Joachim voluntarily, and I'm paraphrasing, left. Did Joachim realize he has made his contribution, so it's time to move on. When our political leader told Joachim weeks before he was removed as the candidate about him not being the candidate, he did not know. He told the political leader he don't know what he's talking about. As a prime minister of a country, you going to lie about that? Now, you had draw. All those who have left, and you hear them keeping quiet, you draw. But I have some news for a certain businessman, and I will call his name, Mr. Reno Gajada. You start spending money in Castries Southeast yet. You want to beat guy? You want to beat me in an election? Come yourself. Don't send other people to do your work for you, Reno. And you want to spend money, I will tell you how much to spend. You will have to spend more than what you could buy the British Airways with. And that will not save you. Because I want you to know, Labour Party is spending money. But you have to ask yourself, whose money they're spending? So you really think they're spending 265 million on St. Jude? When a brand new hospital would not cost 200 million, you all repairing a hospital and you all talking about 265 million. Ekrenote had drawn 40 million. Mahab see 40 million at 265. So if the 40 is not part of the 265, then that makes it 305 million plus the 130 that was spent before. Now, Musa, we on your grounds tonight. St. Jude was destroyed by fire. Our sympathies go out to the families in Viewfort North who lost loved ones in that St. Jude fire. Can you imagine today? Musa is Minister of Health. They went and marched in 2011 to say to the UWP under Stevenson King, give the sportsmen the stadium and give us our St. Jude. Now, Steve, c'est pas how dia Steve sans succès ou savent. Steve sans succès from times. Spider Montoute was in the cabinet. Alan Chastanet was in the cabinet. Guy Joseph was in the cabinet. You all remember Ambassador Tom Chu? Taiwanese ambassador came and made a presentation to cabinet, full drawings, and said in 6 months he could rebuild the damaged wing. Just allow him to bring the company whole there from Taiwan, and they will give us the reopening of St. Jude before the election of 2011. All of us in the cabinet voted with both hands for it to happen. Stevenson King, as Prime Minister, went behind our backs and told the Taiwanese he's not accepting the project. St. Lucia did not have $1 to spend. Taiwan was giving us that free of charge. Now today somebody told me, if they could give, what's the president of Nigeria, Tinubu? Tinubu? If they could give him a knighthood in St. Lucia, by now we should have given the Taiwanese a knighthood, because it is the Taiwanese giving money to St. Lucia every time the government is in trouble. But Stevenson King sold us out. He said he was building a new hospital, and he gave his friend a job to build a hospital. It started at 26 million. By the time Kenny left office, it had reached 130 million. The only prime minister who has not wasted $1 on St. Jude is Prime Minister Alan Michael Chastanet. He saw the death trap that they were building, and he said, as a responsible prime minister, he did everything to salvage and save St. Jude, because a lot of money had gone into it. But when he realized it could not be done, he made the decision to build a brand new hospital for the people of the South. Labour Party has spent $400 million. And as we speak tonight, there is no St. Jude. Bon, moi vle Xavier Fort ek Viewfort North expressement. Dès l'année Stevenson King, 2009 to 2011. C'est l'année Kenny Anthony, 2011 to 2016. Except l'année Philippe J. Pierre, 2021, 2025. Ek nou still, 4.5 years now, nou still pony. Ase, là ou ad tout se l'année ça. 11 l'année. Les bac à travail ek Stevenson King, ek nou still pani en l'hôpital. Now I want to ask you, the people of St. Lucia, the makeshift facility they're giving us there, you call it a hospital. As we speak, it cannot pass the fire safety requirements because they are supposed to have sprinklers. The ceiling is too low. They cannot run the water system for sprinklers. Si on met sprinklers, tête ou kay pété, and less sprinklers là ou ka passer. Because ceiling not bas. I heard they are trying to move people around at the fire service and put a Labour Party hack there in order to get the approval. But I want to tell the fire service, our eyes are on y'all. And if you pass a building that does not meet the basic requirements, when UWP comes into office, the person who put their signature on this paper will have to answer to the people of St. Lucia. Not to UWP who going to answer. Ou kaiwe pon jaset lisi. Now me pligo problem la yonia. The electrical system. We warned them. We told them, the report told them, God, you know what one of the electricians who was working there told me? If the drawing show you that the thing is in this wall, most likely it's in the opposite wall. They don't know where anything is. And every time they put something on, it trips the whole system. Now, St. Lucia, listen to me and listen to me very carefully. They want to move dialysis first. But you know where they want to move dialysis to? The building that the Honorable Alan Michael Chastanet built. The first two areas they want to occupy is physiotherapy and dialysis, which was built by the UWP, led by the Honorable Alan Chastanet. But you see, it's one central electrical system they have, so it's still tripping. Now let me tell you something. Can you imagine 12 people on dialysis chairs? You know the process of dialysis is your blood circulates through a machine, and the machine uses electricity to operate. So if your blood in the middle of the process of dialysis, if the system trips, what you think is going to happen to our loved ones who are taking treatment? You see, you cannot, vous savez quand vous mettez generator, vous fouillez tout un bas building. Because generator te top haut pour fit côté ten pour aller. So they dug a hole, they cast the bottom, and you know by St. Jude's has a lot of water seepage. Les moyens gouvernement toujours, les nous regarder, half generator en bas de l'eau. Half of the generator was flooded in the dry season. Let me tell you something. If you see Musa go and open that hospital, and anything happen to anybody there, the whole Labour Party must be held accountable. Now, I want them to open the hospital because si yo pa ouvel l'hôpital la yo pa vle kouye eleksyon. Because boss yo di, the boss said, no St. Jude's here running elections. And you know who's the boss? Richard Frederick. Richard Frederick said, if they don't open St. Jude, here running no election this year. Philippe J. Pierre paie à l'élection sans Richard Frederick. Can you imagine? Now, Viewfort North. I know they have a lot of labor rights in Viewfort North. Hot pa hot. Richard Frederick, hot the otaba about. Hot the hot pa ku election sans Richard Frederick. And I heard Philip J. Pierre in an interview talking about Richard Frederick is not his creation. Is in UWP Richard was, and we couldn't do nothing with Richard. Pierre, you losing your mind. Alan Chastanet fired Richard Frederick. The only prime minister who stood as a man toe to Richard Frederick and told him there is no place for you in the United Workers' Party. If you cannot tell us why your visa was revoked, if you cannot get your visa reinstated, now tous les jours Richard Kadou in visa. Il jamais moutou visa. Est-ce que jamais ouais visa? Monsieur pas une pièce visa. Chaque lè, in pour l'Amérique, piani pour beg embassy. And Richard, show us a valid visa on Thursday on your program. Show us a valid visa on your passport on Thursday. Tout ordinary said Lucia na visa, valid visa. Ou pas nan yon se ministre gouvernement. Ek leba. Badou sa. Mama said Lucia, Saint Lucia, stop allowing the labor to fool you. So, as I close tonight, because we don't want to keep you too late, St. Lucia will not accept a makeshift hospital. Labour, you can open the hospital so you can call election. When UWP comes into office, we will give the people of St. Lucia and the people of the South a state-of-the-art hospital. Vieus Fort deserves nothing less. Now, où est baka fait deal yo ek jab? Léo fini yo vle douce flambeau. Who said the mood is red? Who said the mood is red? Now I want to put you, the people of St. Lucia, on the alert. Red is danger. There's nothing about red that is positive. When your account gets in the red, what does it say? Isek, lapana ye. When you see a red light flashing, danger. When there's a red alert, you in danger. The Labour Party don't underestimate the slogans of Labour Party. When they made the deal with the Haitians, it was en rouge. You remember that? You saw what happened to us with en rouge? This time, they come with a red mood. When the moon is red, what signal does it send us? St. Lucia, these people are not righteous. These people do not play fair. The Labour Party is a dangerous group of people. There are certain rituals you have to be part of the brotherhood of labor. They try to recruit me, I know. They wanted me to run against Menisa in a runoff to become the candidate for Castries Southeast for labor. So I know the dirty games that labor plays. Some of them, I know at least 2 people who run for labor who was not part of the brotherhood, and they gave them no money to run the election. Be careful with Labour Party money, you know. Nukadi take it and vote them out. Be careful with Labour Party money. I am saying to us, when Labour Party tells, since Labour came out with this slogan that the mood is red, how many murders have we had? How much bloodshed have we had since they said the mood is red? But they want to say because I call them out on their blood rituals. Badusa, mad election boy. I'm a praying man. That's the only protection that I know. The protection of the Most High. So, The mood is red with labor, but the code is yellow in St. Lucia. And so, the code is yellow. We are bright, we are shining, and we are yellow. Thank you, good night, and God bless you.
You're simply the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you just do us a favor? Could you just remove the covers on the chairs and put them on the chairs, please? I want at this juncture to say a special thank you to the people of Viewfort North, because tonight the majority of the people that you see here are people of Viewfort North, and we appreciate the way you came out in your numbers for the man Kakal. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank those of you who are here, who came from other constituencies. We want to thank those of you who are watching and listening via live stream. Those in the diaspora, we want to thank you. We want to ask you once again to stay tuned to the United Workers' Party, the party that brings you the truth. And remember, they will be on the beat trying to buy your vote. You are not for sale. Do not allow them to buy you. Eat them out, drink them out, and vote them out. Because
Youth and Sports Minister Kenson Casimir has been caught blatantly lying about the delays with several disciplines related to national school sports. On October 23rd,